Anthony Cumia Show.
Glad you're joining us this Sunday evening, per usual. My guest tonight, just awesome. I've done shows with him. It was a lot of fun. He's a great guy. He's a New York guy. He knows the city like not many other. I got to be honest. I don't profess to be much younger than Curtis, but I kind of grew up, not as a kid, my 20s and 30s, watching what he was doing in New York. And always, sometimes you'd laugh, chuckle, and most of the time you go, good, someone's finally doing something. My guest, how are you this evening, Curtis?
Oh, I couldn't feel better. You know, Friday night, I'm under the Kosciuszko Bridge. And remember, Anthony, don't be saying Kosciuszko like the other Gavones out there.
The way they used to say it. Oh, the Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko. First time I heard it said the proper way was on a traffic report. I think it was on Winds or something. And it goes, Kosciuszko. And I'm like, what?
That's right.
They build a new bridge? I never heard of that one.
So underneath the bridge, finally, after 5 times trying and running into every bureaucratic delay by the Adams administration, before that, during the lockdown and pandemic, Cuomo out in the Hamptons tried to stop them from having a concert. We were there, myself and my wife, Nancy. We're
the chain smokers.
That's right. We're into EDM, electronic dance music. And I mean, the music was flowing. The song Closer, Paris, Don't Let Me Down, Take Away Addiction. And actually, my wife knows all the words. She's lip syncing them with the crowd. I know some of the words. We had such a great time. And then they tweeted us, the chain smokers, Curtis and Nancy Sleewood, for being there. Now, it doesn't get any better than that. Come on, Andy.
No. That's good because, you're known. And people, they're pulling for you, Curtis.
Well, also, they hated Cuomo because of the lockdown and pandemic, and Adams for making it so difficult to have a concert. Not because Adams doesn't like the chain smokers. He probably doesn't even know who they are.
Yeah.
But the regulations that exist in this city to do anything, Anthony, which is why people like yourself have decided we're out of here. You're down in South Carolina where half of New York City has moved.
Yeah. A lot of people have left New York because of things like, the things most people go, taxes, I can't take the expense, the lack of rights that you have. They've just infringed on your rights, this and that. But regulation is a huge thing. The amount of red tape you got to go through to do anything. There was one time I lived in Roslyn out on Long Island, and I wanted to chop a tree down in what I thought was my yard. I bought the house. I pay the taxes. I wanted to cut a tree down, and silly me, I went through all of the legalities that one would go through when you have to do something, thinking it would be simple. The amount of money I had to pay various people to cut a tree down in my own yard was criminal. A tree inspector, a tree doctor had to come and examine the tree to see if it was healthy, and then that would have been more money or more forms that had to be filled out. It's gotten to the point of being so oppressive that I don't know how anyone is even left in that state, except for the lunatics that are pushing people in front of trains.
Anthony, you committed arbicide?
I did, arbicide.
You
I had
killed a tree. A tree grows in Brooklyn. That's the book we all read in second grade.
I know.
You killed
Curtis,
a tree?
I love nature. I love trees. I love the beauty of trees. But the leaves were falling in my pool, Curtis. I can't have this.
Excuse me. You didn't have a pool boy there?
I couldn't stand the leaves in the pool. So I got rid of the tree. No, it was dead. It was half dead anyway. One of the branches were broken off. It was all hollow and like sawdust inside.
Actually, Anthony, one day, when time permits, you need to get program director Kevin George on to talk about how he was a pool boy for the owner-operator of WVOX in Westchester for many years. And
is this a tittillating, sexy story of a pool boy?
It involved pleasurization, the likes of which I couldn't imagine Kevin would indulge in.
Yeah. Yeah, I went through a pool cleaning phase in my earlier days.
Oh, you did?
My early 20s out on Long Island, vacuuming people's pools. And they had huge houses. And you wanted something to drink, a drink of water, and they'd be like, yeah, the hose is right there, and you're drinking hot water out of the hose.
Like you're an illegal alien, right?
Yeah.
Who was at Home Depot,
Right.
standing there for day labor to clean the pool.
Getting my cardio when I see the SUV pull up.
Oh, my God. So you're the pool boy. Now, what causes that silt on the bottom of the pool? I can never figure out.
Well, you got to cut your trees down around your pool there. Oh, the silt at the bottom? I don't know. You gotta, because when I finally did get my own pool, then I had other people like me come over and do the work. So I don't know what actually was wrong with it. I just had to vac it out. I didn't know what caused it.
Oh, so there you were. Blue collar, working class, man.
Yes.
You didn't have calluses on your tuchus. You had calluses on your hand for doing a hard day's work for
Curtis,
almost no pay.
Yes, and you know how that is. You did the same thing.
Oh yeah.
And how many people in government, and I'll bring it over to the entertainment field in some respect. How many of them don't even know what it's like to go to a job you can't stand, be in conditions. I also did HVAC, and being in attics in the middle of the summer, it's 130 degrees up there. You're banging your head against the shingle nails, poking through into the attic, and you're hating life. And all you're doing is thinking, God, I gotta get out of this. I gotta do something else. I have these dreams and aspirations, and you work toward them. And when it pans out, it is an amazing thing, but you will never ever look back and take it for granted. Be
hold
humble.
on a second. I'm really interested in this attic boy. You're up there. You got all the insulation, all the fibers that you're breathing in that you're going to get cancer from, years from now.
Yeah.
Did you find any bats or skeletons up there in the attics?
There were bats a few times, mice. It was out on Long Island, so it wasn't like I was doing city tenements or anything like that.
I gotta tell you, I'm a kid.
But the insulation was terrible.
I'm a kid. I'm in the back of the Canarsie Cemetery, the only secular cemetery in the city. Every other cemetery is religious. It was actually owned by the city. And I'm hanging upside down in those elm trees because during the day, the bats were sleeping. They're nocturnal.
Yeah.
And so I'm hanging upside down and I'm loving, I'm climbing those trees and I'm looking at the bats, and I jostled one of the branches and the bat woke up and bit me right in my stomach.
Oh, no. You really got to think that's going to be a problem.
I fall out of the tree. There's like an emergency. My cousins, Joey G, the Cheech from Howard Beach, Lenny Beans Bianchino. Oh, my God, you got bit by a bat. Rabies.
Yep, that's the first thing you think.
They dragged me to Brookdale, the ER, first in line, the guys who got shot. Then in line, the guys who got stabbed. Then the ones who got bit by bats or rats. And they give me 12 horse needles right in my belly button. Ooh, I mean horse needles. And they say, if you don't take these needles, there's a very good chance that in the middle of the night, you're going to be foaming from the mouth.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we could do for you then. You're gone. We got to call in the priest with the last strike to investments. As
kids, we all learned that from cartoons, by the way.
Oh, what about the wild packs of dogs that would be roaming the neighborhoods, and they'd be foaming from the mouth, and everybody would say, "Oh my God, rabies! Stay away from them."
That was a scary thing as a kid.
And remember, Anthony? Remember when you would see a praying mantis, and they would say, "Don't touch that praying mantis. If you kill that praying mantis." People in Washington are going to know, and they're going to come and put you in federal prison for 5 years if you bother a praying mantis.
Yes.
And I would say, how would they know? It's a protected species.
They knew somehow, because as a kid, you were petrified of that. Every kid heard it. There was no internet. How the hell did every kid in this country know that it was illegal? You go into prison if you kill a praying mantis.
And remember,
somehow we all knew it.
It all blended in. The praying mantis, their colors would match the leaf or the branch they were on. So you might have jostled the praying mantis and you would pray to God, "Oh, please, I hope the praying mantis doesn't die. I can't do time in federal prison."
The knock on the door. FBI.
Oh,
Is your son home?
The other one, Anthony, if you kept a book one day over from the blue-haired matron,
Right.
and you didn't make it to the night depository box by 12 midnight, she shows up the next day, like with a warrant to come in the house to check any books. I don't care if it were matchbooks, comic books, S&H green stamp books, where you used to cut your tongue, slapping them in there to get that toaster oven, at the S&H green stamp store. Oh, God. It was...
We had a pretty twisted...
that was good.
Thought about the world back then and laws.
It was good. We knew there were consequences.
Yes. Maybe that was a good thing. Like the over use of consequence that wouldn't ever happen was probably better than this, what we have now, where no one thinks there's going to be consequence because they haven't seen any. People are able to do these things these days that, we see what goes on in a lot of these stores where people walk in. It's not shoplifting. I don't call it shoplifting. It's strong arm robbery. There's a threat of violence if you try to stop somebody from taking stuff out of a store these days. And they load up bags. They don't run in, grab something, and run out. They take their time. The only people that would do that are people that absolutely know there's no consequence to it. And consequence is the only thing that's going to curtail this, Curtis. And we have these elected officials, police departments, the DAs, the AGs, all these judges that just refuse to put consequence on people's actions.
I have to admit to you something that I did as a 7-year-old child.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
We went to visit my uncle Jimmy Scavone and Lucy Scavone, my aunt. They had moved to Hollandale, right outside of North Miami Beach. And, that was back at the time where Jackie Gleason, the most watched entertainment show on the weekend.
From down there.
And at the end, he would say, come on down to Miami Beach. And like half of New York City did.
Yeah.
So my aunt says, let's go shopping at the local Piggly Wiggly. Piggly Wiggly. Not Wall Bombs. Not A&P.
Not Bohack.
Nope. Not Passmark. Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to be an adventure. So she's walking around, and I see her tasting some of the grapes. And I ratted out my own aunt.
Whoa! You're right. In an Italian family.
I ate the Parmesan cheese. I went up to a guy. I said, she shouldn't be doing that. She's eating the grapes. My Aunt Lucy was so embarrassed. And the manager comes over to me and goes, kid, you're like a junior sheriff down here in Dade County. We should make you a junior sheriff. You're like a narc. You narked out your aunt for eating the grapes.
Oh.
She was tasting them. She wanted to see which of the table grapes she wanted to get.
Right.
Do you know, she put me in the back of that car and she goes, Maramai, you of all P. Curtis. I'm your aunt. I am the older sister of your mother, Francesca. What did I do to deserve this? And I said, you ate the grapes without paying for them. And to this day, I think I was right, Anthony.
Yeah, but, there's certain cultural things, Curtis, where it might seem like you're being a rat. You don't want to rat out your family.
Hold on a second. Cultural, this reminds me of Andrew Cuomo. This is the 4th anniversary when he fled Albany because he feared impeachment for slapping fannies. And remember,
he was just being Italian.
Yeah, remember that was his excuse. It was my cultural influence. Now, I knew his daddy Mario, and Andrew is no Mario. In fact, when I see Andrew on the stage of the debate, because there are going to be 2 debates for me, I'm going to say, Andrew, I knew your father, Mario. You're no Mario. Why don't you go get your shine box right now, huh?
Oh.
Huh, Andrew?
Brutal.
But the fact was, he sexually harassed 13 women, denied it. They all worked for him. They all worshipped him, including a state trooper. He said no, and then he not only was slapping fannies, he was killing grannies. And the guy is back. He's like, this is like a nightmare. He's like he is like a zombie who comes back from the dead, the political dead.
It's amazing. I thought he was done for. He doesn't seem to have much traction as far as this mayoral race goes. You know, you have a buzz about you. People are talking about you. No one's talking about Cuomo. But hey, Curtis, you know how this is. I got to take a break, but we'll be right back. You know how this is.
What?
We're squeezing in here for breaks. It's regular radio. You know how it is. We'll be back in moments with more of Curtis Sliwa on the Anthony Cumia Show.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
Curtis, I got to ask you this because I'm checking my feed during the breaks, and one thing people keep bringing up, they think you should drop out and endorse Adams because they're saying, oh my God, Mandanis going to win if Curtis doesn't drop out and back Adams. I don't see it that way. I see this as Adams and Cuomo and Mandani divvying up only the Democrat votes. I think any Republican would vote for you. I think you'd be very hard pressed if you dropped out that Republicans would even go out to vote in November for this. I honestly believe that if every Republican got off their ass and actually did vote, we would have Curtis Sliwa as the mayor in New York in November. What do you say to these people that are asking you or demanding you drop out and back Adams?
First off, Anthony, that was a brilliant political analysis.
Thank you, sir.
It really was, because you got it. There are four people in this race that everybody knows. At least everybody knew the three a long time ago, okay? Cuomo, Adams, Sliwa.
Yeah.
And Zoran Mandani, not even his neighbors knew who he was 6 months ago. Now he's an international infamous person who's a combination of Che Guevara and Yasser Arafat. You know, a combination of both. And he loves it. He loves it. So 6 weeks ago, there was intense pressure. You got to drop out. You got to drop out. Then all of a sudden, I was the only one to get $2 million in matching funds.
Matching funds, yep.
Not even Zoran. Adams got zilch and Cuomo got zilch. And in the last four polls, I'm the only one who's surging. Zoran is sort of plateaued out. Cuomo is sort of like slowly receding like his hairline. And Adams has crashed and burned. He's down to 7%.
He's done. Let's be real here.
Well, look, when he sat on that sofa of Fox and Friends, and Tom Homan, the head of ICE, says, boy, when I get back here, if I see the NYPD are not working with ICE, I'm going to stick my boot up your tuchus. Mm-hmm. And Eric didn't even blink, didn't even say anything. That was it for him in the black community. All the black communities I've been campaigning in, they tell me that was the defining moment when they realized that Eric Adams, in order to avoid going to jail for political corruption.
He's compromised by the federal government at this point.
I know, but, I mean, I get it. Cool Hand Luke, I love that movie. Remember, you got Paul Newman.
Please.
Yeah, yes, boss. Yes, boss. And he uses that as a ruse to escape from the sheriff. But in this case, Tom Homan reminded me of that sheriff. And Eric Adams reminded me of Paul Newman. But it wasn't a ruse. It wasn't an attempt to extricate himself.
No, he'd been broken.
Oh, my God.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Yes.
I love it.
He was dead on arrival. So the whole campaign is based on you got to be out in the streets, you got to be in the subways, which none of those candidates are.
No, they go to these fundraisers and these hoity-toity. Where was Cuomo? Out in the Hamptons with Howard Stern? Where was he? Where are you? You're underground in New York City in those wretched subways.
Yeah, and that's the perfect focus group because you know, Anthony, when you get into a subway car, anybody could be in that car.
Oof.
Any race, any background, whether they're locals, tourists, emotionally disturbed, homeless, millionaires will sometimes take a quick ride down to Wall Street.
Yeah.
You're all, and the doors closed, and now there's no escape, Anthony. So you get somebody giving you the finger and somebody patting you so hard on the back, you got to go for a chiropractic adjustment. But a whole bunch of people asking you questions the way it should be. And boy, if you don't answer the question, you vacillate, you do the pivot and shift, they're going to nail you right there. And it's a great way if you want a focus group. And it's obviously you have to worry about all the crime there, but, the city has said it's the safest the subway has ever been in subway history. Tell that to the doctor in the ER who got thrown in the tracks at 50th Street on the 1 train at 7:30 at night in front of a whole bunch of tourists.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been caught yet.
Well, I saw the description. It said a guy tall, wearing a backpack and a white T-shirt. So they should get him any day now.
Now, hold on a second. The most important element of that description is, what's the color of his skin?
Oh, stop.
Come on,
I don't
Anthony.
see color. I don't see color.
Anthony, that's a great description, but that could be a white guy, black guy, maybe a guy with olive complexion, a guy who has acne, and never used Clearasil as a kid. Help us. The guy is on the lam, and the city just keeps saying, we've just had the safest July in subway history.
Oh, they crow about how safe the city is and the subways are. And meanwhile, a guy just got it. Another guy, I thought it was a story from 2 weeks ago. I checked, it was today's date, stabbed in the neck on the subway just a few hours ago. Altercation on the train. Why you would argue with anyone on the subway is beyond me. But it's out of control, Curtis. And
I'm the only one who can get it back because I'm the only one who's been patrolling those subways with the Guardian Angels for now 46 years. I know what needs to be done. I know how it's been done before, and it's not a difficult process. But if you decide to go with Adams or Cuomo or Zoran Mandami, these are guys who don't ride the subway. How are they going to know what to do?
We'll take up this in the next segment. Anthony Cumia Show, back in minutes.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
There is a song that I think is pertinent to our audience here, Anthony, and that is Don't Let Me Down. Mm-hmm. Don't let me down out there. Republicans, it's time to come home. We have a real opportunity to get this city back on track, like we did when Rudy got elected mayor, and then Bloomberg for 12 years, then Pataki was the governor for 12 years. We had no chaos, no corruption with Republicans. We went back to the Democrats, de Blasio, Cuomo, Adams, and all we've had is chaos and corruption since.
How fast, too. It all goes downhill. It's so difficult to come back from look at the 90s. Look at the 90s New York City. Murders at their all-time high, crime. And Giuliani gets in there. It took him a while, and he was despised. Don't think of post 9/11 Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, that everyone loved him. He was hated as the mayor because he had a job to do. He knew what it was, and he didn't let popular opinion sway him. Crime needed to be stopped. He cleaned up the areas of Times Square. Some people don't like it. They like the gritty old Times Square, but it made it into a tourist attraction and brought so much revenue into the city. Now, I look at tourists that come into New York City and go, are you out of your mind? You got your kids here? You're wheeling your luggage down the sidewalk? This is insanity. And we were at a point. What was Giuliani doing that you might adopt some of the things? I was talking earlier about this quality of life and these the broken window policy, keeping cops down there in the subway by the turnstile so these nuts can't even get on the platforms. What are some of your ideas about making New York a little safer there, Curtis?
Well, let me explain one thing from the news headlines. There was a 17-year-old thug at 1:30 in the morning in Times Square off of 44th, 45th and Broadway, and he pulls out a gun and he starts shooting people.
All right, Curtis, wait. Couldn't happen. It's a gun-free zone, Times Square. I know.
Well, actually, the reason it was created, a gun-free zone from 40th Street north to 50th Street, along the corridor, Broadway and 7th Avenue, was by Governor Hochul and Eric Adams against people who had a legal permit to carry.
Yes.
So if you were legally licensed, which is a very difficult thing to get anywhere in New York.
The money and time it takes, forget about it.
But this sign meant you. Now, the guy who always carries an illegal handgun, which is 99.9% of the troublemakers who end up firing their firearms. They're reading that, if they can read, and it apparently does not apply to them, Anthony. So
no, of course not.
they feel they have a license to carry an illegal handgun in Times Square and kill or shoot as many people as possible.
Yep.
Now, at 17, they raised the age. Cuomo raised the age, so you have to be 18 to be charged as an adult. So this guy tries to murder people, and he will be charged as a juvenile under the old Cuomo law. Remember, no cash bail Cuomo. That means whatever you do, you're going to get cut loose.
It's reform, though, Curtis. It's bail reform. So it's a good thing, right? They're reforming something.
And then Zorhan Mandami, the man who said, I want more social workers, not cops, he wins the Democratic primary, and now he is escorted wherever he goes by armed NYPD police officers who drive him around in a gas-burning guzzler, I think it's a General Motors SUV. And he's loving every second of it, because when he was over there reminiscing about the life and times of Idi Amin in his home country of Uganda, he had the commandos there with the AK-47s fully loaded, couldn't make a phone call on his land gentried premises.
Right, right.
So it's sort of like, do as I say, not as I do. These are sanctimonious hypocrites.
They all are. It's just, especially on the Democrat side. You know, the Republicans aren't all saints themselves, but the Democrats, I was just talking earlier about their deceit, their deceitful way of putting things and wording certain things. When they come up with a bill, it sounds like a great thing. The Safety Act in New York. And meanwhile, it takes away your right to bear arms, your Second Amendment right. But they put the names on it like they're helping you. They're doing a favor as they rip away your rights.
Now, tell me, let me take you back to something of great importance to me. And I know you, when we last spoke, you had just brought a puppy dog into your life. Am I correct?
Yes, Dallas, Belgian Malinois. We have the time and space and motivation, energy and resources to take care of a Malinois the way they need to be, because they call them meat missiles. They're special forces and police dogs. But they're smart as a whip. He's being trained so quickly. My girl Missy knows how to train these dogs, and it's amazing to watch.
Now,
I love animals.
Yeah, and you should. But
them.
While you were down there, we had a horrific story here that unfortunately happens far too often. So you had this young thug who at 4:30 in the morning is kicking a pit bull to death. Drags it along the street in South Ozone Park. It's all on video. And then sets the dog on fire and runs away. Turns out the guy is caught by cops in the 110th precinct days later. I had brought a whole posse of animal welfare people out there. We were giving out information that would lead to his capture, and he was captured. And he was cut loose, no cash bail.
Oh, my God.
This young guy went to Canisius on a basketball scholarship. Right. Sort of a Michael Vick type, you know, just vicious towards animals. And that's the other thing is I am running on the Protect Animals independent line, no kill shelters, animal abusers go to jail. And that resonates with people no matter whether you voted for Trump, you voted for Harris, you're independent, conservative, liberal, it doesn't matter, and mostly women. Because if you're not taking care of animals, you're not taking care of people. And look how many homeless and emotionally disturbed people we have here.
Yeah. Curtis, I've spoken with a lot of people, and I hear people that have critiques of you. And one of the things that I don't understand, because I say, no, Curtis is the guy. This is the guy we need in New York City right now. And they go, oh, what, him and his cats? And it's like, if you don't have empathy for a completely helpless animal, a cat, a kitten, what kind of human being are you? Like, that is I judge people's character on how they feel and treat animals, because they are probably the most innocent things you'll find. Most people, most human beings, and I love seeing these videos when they see an animal in distress and they help it. And you don't know this person from a hole in the wall, but you go, God damn, that's what people should be. That's how a human being is supposed to act. And some people look at it as detrimental to your platform. And who the hell would think that way about animals?
Well,
and what have you heard?
They did.
Yeah.
They did 4 years ago when I ran against Eric Adams. They made fun of me and my wife. Now
the
that
cat
was
guy.
Right. That was during the lockdown and pandemic. So the shelters were not taking in animals being surrendered, and I don't blame them. People were dying left and right of this virus that we really didn't know anything about. They were terrified. Okay. So my wife went down to the shelter, and as people would come in to surrender cats, she'd say, please don't give them into the shelter. They're going to euthanize them.
Yeah.
See, because the people were of the belief, no, if I surrender the cat or the dog, they'll find them a good home. Because
everyone thinks that.
Doesn't happen. Not in New York. After a certain number of days, they kill them. And so my wife would bring them back to the house. She would get them the shots from the vet visit. She would socialize them and then adopt them out in twos. So the reporters wanted to come over and visit us. See, we lived in a very simple one-room apartment. And they made fun of us as if we were hoarders. I will never forgive them for that. And now all of a sudden it's very much in vogue. Very much in vogue because during the national election, so much was made of Peanut the squirrel.
Oh, my God.
And
they killed Peanut.
Right. And his pal, Freddie the raccoon, remember? Yes. That the evil animal welfare agents of Kathy Hochul came, with their jack boots on. Kicked in the door. The husband and wife, okay, they were making porno films on the side. That's their business. But they had an animal sanctuary there. They took Peanut the squirrel and Freddie the raccoon because somebody in Texas called and claimed that they thought they had rabies. So they take them away. They bring them to Albany. The test for rabies for an animal is you chop off the head.
You got to take the brain out. Yeah, there's no living test for rabies.
So now think about it. They didn't have rabies. So how do you put them all back together again? The husband and wife, they said, we'll send the bodies back. They won't. That is evil.
Yeah.
If these people are rescuing animals in the wild who would normally die from injuries and not asking anything from the taxpayers, we should be helping them. Like my wife, and there are tens of thousands of animal rescues that are out there, mostly women, some men. They spend their own money. They go out there, whatever, the weather, morning, noon, and night. They'll risk their lives to protect animals. And that is a humanitarian thing to do. And we are a better society because of it.
It's a great judgment of character, and everybody that is into rescuing animals and caring for them, and even if you're just somebody that sees an animal on the side of the road and decides, I need to help this, it is a great judge of character. They're just good people. They're good-hearted. It's an instant way to tell if someone's good-hearted. You want to talk to Rich in Connecticut? He wants to talk about you on the animal welfare line. Rich.
Absolutely.
You're on with Anthony Cumia and Curtis Sliwa.
Yes, hi. I'm a supporter of Curtis going back for 2 election cycles, and just an admirer because he's a deep New Yorker. He understands New York in a deep way more than almost anybody else. So he's a candidate that any voter in New York could be proud to vote for. And I think for Curtis to win, you have to attract the Democrat voters, the union voters, to your animal welfare line, and then label Mandami, which is what he is, San Francisco 2.0, a variety of programs, some that Cuomo instituted and have failed wherever they've been instituted.
Well, I've studied both Zoran Mandami and obviously Anthony Cuomo and Eric Adams. Now, there's no doubt Mandami is the most extreme,
Andrew.
But he is sort of like Coca-Cola, and Cuomo and Eric Adams are Diet Coke because they believe in many of the same things. To give an example, Anthony, they believe illegal aliens should vote. I say no. They believe in a sanctuary city, all 3 of them. I say no. There are clear differences. But in the other area of animal welfare, they have no position.
Right.
In fact, Andrew Cuomo had this Siberian Husky. And when I asked the question, whatever happened to the Siberian Husky, man's best friend, we were told, both I and my wife, mind your own business.
Uh-oh.
Now,
sounds grim.
Could be, the Siberian Husky. They didn't fix the Siberian Husky like Biden with his German Shepherds. Remember?
Right.
The German Shepherds were
Secret Service agents.
Because they didn't fix them. Anybody would know that. And apparently, Andrew Cuomo never fixed the Siberian Husky, who became a nemesis to other people. And now, all of a sudden, on the campaign trail, and they said, can we find out what happened to man's best friend, the Siberian Husky? We're not at liberty to say.
Curtis, I got to also ask you about, because I don't understand the controversy behind the hansom cab thing, the horse-drawn carriages in New York. And the part of the controversy I don't understand is, what does it do for New York City that is so good, that makes money, like all the things politicians want? They want money and power, two things. How the hell do a bunch of fat tourists from Germany being hauled around by this poor animal on the busy city streets of New York, how does that actually help New York, aside from this archaic image that people think is so important? It is a cruel practice. I can't stand it. And I know you are against it, as is your beautiful wife, Nancy. What is going on with this, and why can't we just get it stopped?
Let me make this a domestic issue, since you maligned the Germans.
There was some fat German tourists.
I understand. There are many tourists from Iowa and Nebraska where they spend their life battling at the salad bar over who's going to get the macaroni salad or the potato salad. To them, that's salad. So you're right. They're real porkers. And they come to New York and they get in that carriage. It weighs 100 pounds to begin with. And now the poor horse, whose head is already down, and you can see the horse is suffering, has got to schlep around the park about 1,200 pounds of additional weight. They're injured. They're older. They're not being cared for. They're being tortured. It's barbarian. Anthony, there are now third world countries like in Bombay, in Monterrey, and Santo Domingo. They used to have horse-drawn carriages for their tourists. They now have the mechanized carriages where the carriage drivers still are employed. So it's not like they lost their job.
Right.
But there is something about this Sex in the City thing. They say, see all the times in the episodes in Sex in the City.
Curtis, it's romantic.
I mean, meantime, the poor horse is dying. Yeah. They keep them in garages, car garages.
Parking garage, like you park your car.
Yeah.
The guy comes, he gives you a ticket, takes the car. That's where these horses are. What a great setting for a majestic beast like a horse. Terrible.
Right. And there are replacements, and I and my wife and others are dedicated to making sure that stops. Now, when I'm mayor, unlike de Blasio, who promised he would end it, but knew he didn't have the executive power to do it, he took everybody's money,
What does it take to end it if he didn't have the executive power?
You have to go to the city council. You have to have a vote on it. And what you do with the city council men or women, even though most would disagree with my politics, is you say, okay, this is an important issue to me.
To me, right.
You need discretionary funds to look good in your community, so we could put your freaking name on a garbage can, and it makes it seem like you bought the garbage can for your residents when in fact it's us, the taxpayers.
Right.
So what do you need from us? What discretionary funds do you need? Do you need a fountain? Do you need a new playground? What do you need in your community? And you give them something, and then they give you something. And you are saying, and I'm going to look them in the eyes and say, look, there are many things we need in this city, but this is undone business. De Blasio promised he would stop this barbaric habit. He took everybody's money. At night, he was smoking Maui Wowie and Hindu Kush on the back porch with his grifter wife, Charlene, of Gracie Mansion. We want to right the wrong. Please, I'll help you get your discretionary funds. Wow. You got to help me on this vote. We must end this barbaric behavior, or I'm going to name and shame all of you.
Do you know Elon Musk at all? Have you had any contact with him?
Well, I haven't done ecstasy or Molly.
Right.
I haven't been out there in that wingding world in Silicon Valley. No, I've never met Elon
Okay,
Musk.
well, maybe something could be done, because here's what I see. Not just this autonomous cart that drives you around, a fully mechanical AI horse. It looks like a horse. Maybe futuristic, though. Chromium with lights for eyes. And that's a Tesla horse that rides you around New York City with sensors on it and everything. I'd be all for that. I think it's cooler than a horse.
Like Mr. Ed that we grew up with?
Yes, Mr. Ed. It talks, and it doesn't make Park Avenue or where the Central Park North, is it? Right by
Central Park South, right there, near Billionaires Road. They call it Billionaires Road.
Yeah, it smells. Do you know when those horses take dumps? That smells for blocks.
No, wait a second. Hold on. Yeah, you're part Italian, right, Anthony?
Of course.
Let me tell you something. I ended up. Remember when flight TWA 800 went down in the Mauritius?
Abonanima.
And it's still up for grabs as to how it came down. Was it shot down? I went out there with a guy named Joel Santistaban who had his boat. We went out there. I got not only poison ivy, I got poison oak. You know the combination of both.
Oh,
my Aunt Mary, bless her soul, said there's only one relief. You got to get some horse chips right outside of the Plaza Hotel. You put them in the bathtub, in the bunkhouse, a little warm water, and you lay in there. And I said, come on, Aunt Mary. I'm going to, that. She says, you want to keep suffering because, your skin bubbles up. You want to keep suffering on down? Or do you want relief? This works. This is from body. This is what your grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, used to do.
That is some old country stuff right there.
That worked, Anthony?
Curtis.
It cured me of the poison ivy and the poison oak.
Amazing.
Horse chips.
Who knew? I'll recommend it to my doctor. Curtis, I'm going to take another break. You want to hang out? We're talking, man.
Sure, to the break of dawn, like Eric Adams at a nearby club.
More with Curtis Lewa on the Anthony Cumia Show in moments.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
And Curtis, let's talk to Chris in Ronkonkoma. He wants to talk about the homelessness problem. Chris, you're on with Anthony and Curtis.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing? I was the guy that called a couple of months ago asking about the Mannix and the Cannon pictures on the shelf.
I love Mannix, Cannon, Barnaby Jones. Heroes in my book.
I was asking you about it. Anyway, I had taken my daughter to a Yankee game 2 weeks ago, and I've never done that before. Normally, I would be a passenger in the car or whatever, but she had some tickets. I said, come on. So we tried doing the subway routine.
Oh, man, for Yankee games, that's brutal.
Let me tell you something. I took the LIRR from out here to Herald Square station there, and then up there, that subway was brutal, man. I mean, it was brutal. It was packed. It was 110 degrees in there. All right, no problem. When we got out of the game, we got a little lost because we were looking around at the sites and this and that.
The worst thing you could do is get lost around Yankee Stadium.
Well, not crazy lost, but just, we like, come on, we'll go down this road. And then let me tell you something. I mean, I'm at this point, I'm not really joking about. We must have walked past 30 people sleeping on the sidewalk.
Yeah. And it's all normal. No one wants to do anything about it. It's just how it is.
I mean, it was like,
it's part and parcel of New York City.
It was like, it was crazy. I was like, some people you could tell they were sitting on like a kid's chair, like a beanbag chair, and they had everything they owned surrounding them. And then there was other people that were just walking down the street and just like laid down on the street.
Yeah, it is quite amazing. Yeah, Chris?
Go ahead.
Chris, thanks, man.
This is like bonfires of the vanities. You make a wrong turn off the Cross Bronx Expressway. Now, the reason they sleep on the streets, because I am a cognoscente of this kind of behavior with homeless, is if they go into a shelter, it's Darwinian, survival of the fittest. They're not going to survive inside a shelter, so they'd rather sleep on the subway or sleep in the streets. And boy, that's a bad choice to begin with. But you know what? He said Yankee Stadium, and I said, they just had old-timers game.
Yep.
Derek Jeter would not go.
Why?
Yet Mariano Rivera was there. That's why we should have had the song by the Chainsmokers, who love Curtis and Nancy now that we went to their concert the other night under the Kosciuszko Bridge, and play the song Closer. Because he popped his Achilles heel in the Achilles tendon in the old timers game.
No, did he hurt himself? I didn't see that.
Seriously.
Oh, man.
In the old timers game. But Jeter didn't want to play. Probably had good reason.
Was he there, or he just didn't want to
they had him on the big teleprompter.
Let me tell you something, though. I think in an old timers game, maybe Jeter isn't even old enough for that yet. Maybe that's why he didn't want to do it. Maybe 10 more years he could be in the old timers game.
Think of it. Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer of all time,
absolutely
throws a few pitches in the old timers game and somehow pops his Achilles tendon.
That's a shame. Jeez.
Maybe Jeter knew something we didn't.
Maybe he knew something. He feels like, you wake up in the morning, you slept wrong, and your whole left side hurts. Maybe you don't want to get out on the diamond and try to do some of those shortstop
sounds
magic.
Like that's happened to you before, Andy.
It had. Come on. Oh, yeah, Curtis. You don't know what that's like?
Yeah, and I take a Ben Gay bath.
Who's Ben?
And
friend?
Well,
a friend of yours?
I'm not going to find out who's gay. But anyway, the Ben Gay bath, where you just load up on the Ben Gay and nobody comes near you all day long.
No, you smell like peppermint or whatever the hell that stuff is. Did you see Johnny Damon was out there with the...
Yeah, Johnny Damon throws like a little girl. It takes he throws from center field, and then Jeter would have to play short center, and then they would throw it. It took about 3 relays before you could get it home. But he was a great ball player, Johnny.
Oh, he was. But he grew his hair back long, but it's all gray now. They made him cut it when he joined the Yankees from the Sox. And it's so funny now because he's like, yeah, screw you. I'm going to have long hair. Dude, you're 60. I don't even know how old the guy is, but maybe a haircut's in order. I don't know. We'll be back in minutes. Curtis, sticking around?
If you want me, you
do
got
want
me.
you.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
I gotta ask you about Mamdani. Actually, I want to play you a clip. It's Mamdani. Now, this guy has said for years, defund the police. He was part of that whole thing, and he's trying to clean up his image a little bit because that was that radical left, anti-cop, pro-BLM, all that nonsense. And now he's trying to clean himself up, but he's using language that is so obvious to anybody that wants to look a little deeper than just the surface that he still has these same beliefs. Here he is speaking. I don't even know. He was with Liz Warren at the time. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. But here's Mamdani talking about the police and what he would do with the NYPD. Let's give it a listen, and then I want to hear your take on it.
We know it is one that also comes from listening to officers themselves. 200 officers are leaving the department every month. A leading cause of their departure is forced overtime. And the fact that every year we ask them to take on additional responsibilities. We are making it more and more difficult for them to respond to the very responsibilities that drew them to the job in the first place. And I think about the 7 major categories of crime as listed in CompStat. That is not the full extent of what we ask officers to do. The NYPD receives 200,000 mental health calls every year. How can they be expected to respond to that and to this? New Yorkers rightfully have concerns around public safety, and I want to empower police officers to respond to serious crime and hire the mental health professionals to respond to mental health calls.
Yeah. Could you read between the lines? Was it all that tough, Curtis, to see what he was saying there? They're leaving because morale is so low with the old timers. I saw a clip the other day. There was some cop. He seemed to be maybe in his 40s. This guy's been on the job for quite some time. I could hear him counting the days left till retirement. He was in a group of thugs and cops that really didn't look like cops. Let's just be honest here. And this is why people are leaving the department. What's your take on Mamdani's ideas for the NYPD, and what maybe would you do different?
Well, when Zoran Mandami came back from his trip to Mecca, Medina, somehow it turned out to be Uganda, the land of Idi Amin, who would
Idi Amin Dada.
Right, who would eat his enemies, the cannibal, and then if his belly was filled, he would feed them to the crocodiles in the Nile. No lover of Jews, that's for sure. The Raider and Debbie, right?
Debbie, yes.
So here he is. He wants to use Etch-a-Sketch and somehow say, what I said when I was younger was just acts of youthful indiscretion. Because I feel the police officers paying forced overtime. First off, the first 5 years when you're a cop, you're probably living in your mom or dad's basement, sleeping on a Castro convertible because you cannot even afford an apartment, never mind a house.
Yeah, you got to live in New York. It's expensive.
Are willing to do all the overtime you can because generally you don't have a family, you don't have kids at that point. So he knows nothing about nothing. And he's talking about all these 911 calls that come because we have a lot of emotionally disturbed people, domestic calls. First off, if you send mental health care personnel into a domestic situation,
ooh, man,
women will die, children will die.
And the social worker will probably die.
Yeah, it is the most dangerous situations. I and the Guardian Angels have oftentimes been the first to arrive at a domestic violence situation. It's generally men beating up the women folk, beating up the children.
Right.
And then when all of a sudden you slam the guy, the family turns on you. You can't win. It's a losing situation. And then cops come in and do the real heavy lifting on that. And really, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Absolutely.
He has no idea what he's talking about because, remember, he was a trust fund baby. He knows nothing about these things.
Right.
But notice how he talks. And I am speaking to all men out there. If you have a beard and you look like Zoran Mandami, like Mike Lawler, the congressman now from Westchester Rock, and you even notice he looks like Zoran Mandami, you better get a straight edge razor and cut it off. Right? The beard has become synonymous with Zoran Mandami.
Yeah, yeah.
J.D. Vance, vice president, that scruff's got to go. I'm sorry. Every
you
time
like the clean cut, your politicians clean cut, no beards.
It's just with the sort of photo bombing we've had with Zoran Mandami.
Yeah, yeah.
I associate the beard with a guy who, A, is a communist, check the box, socialist, check the box, anti-Semite, check the box. And I'm saying to myself, if you're opposed to Zoran Mandami, why would you be wearing a beard unless there were religious reasons for that? And I know most of you guys out there, you're wearing a beard because you think it's cool, it's hip, it makes you that much more attractive to the femme fatales. Let me tell you, I see a beard now. I see Zoran Mandami Jr.
So it's a wink to Islam.
Why not? You see how he dresses. He looks like the Iranians do. You know how they have the jacket and the white shirt that's open at the collar?
Yeah, it almost looks like pajamas.
Yeah, it's the same look. Mike Lawler, you support me. You're a great guy, but you got to shave that beard off. I can't tell you how many people have come up to me of late and said, I don't know if Mike Lawler's Mike Lawler or if he's Zoran Mandami.
Yeah. Curtis, obviously you were in New York during one of the worst times ever, 9/11. I mean, what's this we're talking, 24 years ago? It's just ingrained in my mind. I remember every second of that day and the subsequent days, the horrors of driving past the pile, smelling all that stuff, and just everybody being so sad. And did we ever think that an Islamic extremist communist would be in the lead right now? God forbid, I hope it doesn't last, but in the lead right now to be mayor of that same city, New York, that saw that atrocity.
Didn't surprise me because I've seen the changing of the leaves from the time that Bernie Sanders ran against Hillary, and he was never a Democrat. They let him in the party.
Yeah.
And basically he won the primary. He won the primaries and the caucuses. If not for the superdelegates in Philadelphia, it would have been Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump.
That they just seem to come up with. We need these superdelegates. Let's get him out of here.
Then you had AOC, all-out crazy Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, leader of the Socialists of America, better known as Sandra Ocasio from the very affluent areas of Westchester County. She's no Jenny from the block.
Now, she doesn't have great genes either, and I'm not talking genetically. I'm talking her genes. She went from the Jordache look to the mom jeans look these days. Getting a little, I don't know.
Oh, it's the red lipstick. Come on, Anthony. You know it's the red lipstick. Guys swoon over her. They go,
they love her.
Oh, my God. Oh,
well, look who they got to compare to with the rest of the women. In that
generally, women in politics, especially if they're angry.
Right.
They don't look that good when they're angry. When they're happy, they look good. But she actually looks good when she's angry because she's angry all the time.
That's all we've seen.
Right, and in her district up in the Bronx, they did an analysis. Who voted for Trump during the election? Who voted for AOC in Bronx and Queens? Do you know a lot of people who voted for Trump voted for AOC in that same election?
Those people just like celebrity. I think they just like people that they go, oh, I've seen this person. I know this person. I've heard him say 2 words. Let me vote for him.
I have the solution of how we are going to turn these millennials and Gen Zers, who, by the way, Anthony, they are the majority of the population, the majority of the voters now. Mm-hmm. I am recruiting Chad Lopez, our own Chad Lopez, who I don't know if you know is a DJ of electronic dance music.
I did not know that. I never would have guessed that.
And a very good one. He's actually gone down to Brazil. I have Guardian Angels in Rio de Janeiro. They love electronic dance music. Apparently, he DJ'd about a 12-hour concert down there. And then the head of Goldmine Sachs, the CEO, David Solomon, is also a DJ of electronic dance music. It's a natural mood elevator. And I'm going to kick all of this off every Friday night this summer. It's EDM with the Sleewers, based on our successful appearance at the Chainsmokers concert under the Kosciuszko Bridge. Where are you doing this? I am going to the old Brooklyn Mirage that they just closed in Williamsburg. This was a great venue, an outdoor venue. They closed it for a number of reasons. And right in front of that sign that says Bushwick, where all the millennials and Gen Zers hang out, I'm going to have my DJ equipment, and I am going to put out my Spotify list of the best EDM songs.
I cannot wait to see clips
That's how you
of this.
get them over to your side. You know they want to be entertained. You know they don't want to listen to politics. Come on, let's face it, on a Friday, Saturday night. You think, Anthony, they're interested in politics, or are they interested in getting the groove to their move?
Time to loosen up.
That's right. Yep. A natural mood elevator.
I get you.
DJ Curtis Slewa.
Do you dance, Curtis?
Oh, yes.
Move? You move to the music?
Oh, Pastels in Bay Ridge. I used to dance there back when Sid Rosenberg was a fixture there. Except the Bath Avenue boys.
I didn't know they sold drugs there. Sid was...
let me tell you something. The cocaine flowed there. And nothing good happens.
If Sid was there, no doubt.
He loved Pastels. A lot of people did. But after 12 midnight, nothing good ever happens in a club. So I would do my Saturday Night Fever routine, my John Travolta routine. A lot of the guys are real gavons. They don't dance. But their ladies are there. And the ladies are dancing with one another. So naturally, I figured they want to dance with a guy unless they happen to like the same sex, which is not often true in those kind of discos. So I'd be dancing like a whirling dervish. The next thing I know, a guy would punch me right in the nose. My cousins would grab me into the female bathroom and be going into their pockets to get quarters out. Now, do you know what for, Anthony Cumia?
Quarters. Let's see.
The blood is gushing all over my polyester waffle weave flame retardant shirt, my bell-bottom pants, my platform shoes.
They're going in to buy tampons to soak up the blood.
To shove it up my nose.
Yeah.
Which is what professional fighters do. The corner guy When all of a sudden you've been hit in the nose and you're bleeding, because they'll call the fight if you continue to bleed.
Right, it looks bad. You gotta wave it off.
They put the tampons up there. It absorbs the blood. Naturally, you got to get all the ladies out of the bathroom first because they're going to think you're weird. And then they're hunting for quarters. I can't tell you. Recently, I had to go for a nasal examination, and the young doctor said, "Wow, you've had a lot of damage in there. How did it remain so straightened out?" And I said, "Doc, believe it or not, this has nothing to do with the Minnesota governor, Tampon Tim." Tampons, when they would hit me in the nose, and, you know, your nose was like either fractured or broken, you got to snap it back. Right. You put it in there, it absorbs the blood.
No, it's great.
Oh, thank
Better
God.
than, a compress.
Thank God they found quarters in their pocket. If they didn't, my nose would be like this now. I'd be talking like one of those wise guys where you say, "Hey, did somebody hit you?" And they say, "What do you mean, did somebody hit me?" Of course they hit me. Look at my nose. Can't you tell?
All right. Look, I'm bored with it. All right. I'm running for mayor and I dance. I go down dance at the disco every Saturday night. All right.
And 2 slices of pizza.
Yeah, 2 slices of pizza. I work at the paint company. Every day I work to make money and I blow it all at the disco. All right.
And then my hair. Every hair in place. Now, that's why, ladies and gentlemen, let me be completely honest. This beret has become an issue in this campaign.
Yes, I see people saying that, too.
To wear the beret or not to wear the beret. And I wear the beret most of the time when I'm in the streets and the subways, where the real peeps are. But when the wealthy people want to talk to me or the heavy hitters, I go in without the beret. It takes them like 5 minutes to even know who I am.
Recognize it. I don't care if you wear a top hat. I don't care if you wear a propeller beanie. You are the guy, Curtis. We're going to take a break. I'll let you go. I'll let you run. I'm sure you got mayoral things to do.
No, I got my platform shoes on. I'm ready. Oh, God, the
ready
Bee
to go
Gees.
dancing. Right.
Oh, my God. Was that not the greatest soundtrack of all time?
We're going to go to the Brooklyn Bridge and dance, all right? Don't jump off the bridge.
That's the Verrazano Bridge you got on.
Of course, the Verrazano Bridge. That was it. Curtis, I love you, man. I'm pulling for you. I am supporting you, and I tell everybody.
Well, let me tell you how to support
get out
me.
there and vote. Yes.
SleeWolfForNYC.com. SleeWolfForNYC.com. And don't throw nickels around like manhole covers. I could use some of that money. I raised more money than anyone else, including Zorhan, this last cycle, and got $2 million in matching funds.
And they match it, so it's
That's
2
right.
for 1.
I get a little more, and I'm the winner. Come on, people.
Let's do it. Curtis, I love you, brother, and I love what you're doing, and continued support, and I'd love to have you on again soon.
You name it, I'm here.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you, Curtis Sliwa. And we'll be back in minutes with more of the Anthony Cumia Show.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
Drop out, Adams. Wait, look at New York City under Adams' tenure so far. You want that to continue? And look, for the people saying it doesn't matter if he runs, it's just giving the election to Mamdani. I'm not of that school of thought. I'm from the school of thought that if you're passionate about somebody and you want something, you don't compromise like that. Oh, leave. We want you. We like your ideology. We like your policies. We like what you want to do with New York because it's exactly what we want. Less crime, less corruption, somebody in office that knows New York. But drop out. And let the guy that screwed up this city during his term as mayor, Adams, let him, because he's got the best shot. Instead of really running for it and trying for the big win, as they call it. The big win. Get these Republicans off their ass and to the voting booths in November. If every registered Republican in New York, in New York City, actually voted on Election Day, it would not even be close. They're divvying up the vote between Cuomo, Adams, and Mamdani. No Republican in their right mind is going to vote for Adams. So Curtis drops out. Now Republicans are going to go, ooh, thank God he dropped out. Now I could go vote for Adams or Cuomo. They're not going to vote. They're just not going to go out. That's the way this works. So Curtis stays in as a Republican. It's not on him to drop out. It's on the Republicans to get up and vote for Curtis Sliwa in November. And you'd have Curtis Sliwa as your mayor. You want Adams? You want Mamdani? You want Cuomo? Then don't. Sit on your ass, watch TV, and bitch and complain about your taxes, crime, every other thing that sucks about New York City. What are you doing? All right. Another thing I absolutely want to talk about, the Howard Stern thing has been such big news. It's the only buzz Howard has had in years about his show. And it's literally him quitting or getting fired, retiring, whatever you want to call it. Sirius XM Satellite Radio, who I used to be employed under, is making little hints that $100 million a year isn't quite balancing out to what Howard's bringing in these days. At one time, Howard was bringing in 20 million listeners a day. 20 million. I just read that it's down to about 250,000 listeners a day, which is just insane. That drop off. And for a company to go, hey, here's your contract. Here's another $500 million for a 5-year deal. They're just not going to do it. Now, I've heard other things. You know, E-Rock, who is in the know in radio, says that perhaps Howard put this whole story out there himself to try to get interest up and see if people would be like, oh, no, Howard's got to stay in, or try to use it as leverage against Sirius. But all I see, if that was him that did it, all I see, the only leverage it gave was to Sirius. Because 99% of the comments I've read on social media about this story that Sirius does not want him anymore, at least doesn't want him at $100 million a year. Every one of those, the comments are, yeah, he sucks. Yeah, he's done. This isn't the Howard of old. He's overstayed his welcome. But truth be told, he is done. He's 71, and look, age isn't really the only thing that's going to get you out of radio and of actually being a personality that people want to tune into. But he's just, I don't know. He's gotten to the point where he's irrelevant. He had Joe Biden on and kissed his ass while he was obviously senile. And we'll be back in moments.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
Trump had something to say about Howard and Stephen Colbert and the fact that Colbert was canceled. I think Howard or Trump wants to kind of take responsibility for that. And I said it before, a lot of things, attitudes, ideology, maybe not ideology, but the attitudes of Americans have really changed, or at least the people that had any bit of common sense are being heard right now. They're the ones being heard. They're the ones kind of dictating policy. The idea that a child of 7, 9, 12 years old can decide their sexuality, and the parents are happier than a pig in crap, as they say, to take them to a doctor and have them mutilated and drugged and whatnot. That enough. People said enough. They always have said enough, but it just wasn't being heard. Under this Trump administration, not that Trump had anything to do with it, but the fact that he was elected kind of gave people more confidence to speak out about this. And it gave the people that were pushing it less confidence. But that's how it goes. And I think another one of these things is entertainment. I think these late night talk shows are dinosaurs. Colbert and Kimmel. Fallon is just kind of, I really don't have any animosity toward Fallon. I think he'll do whatever management tells him to do. And I really think they didn't see Fallon as a guy that could, like a pit bull, go after Trump politically. So they just told him, like, really just leave this stuff alone. Crack an egg over Sydney Sweeney's head. Everyone will laugh. And that's the Tonight Show now. That's your show. So things have changed. Things have definitely changed. And I think people are trying to link this change and Trump to the recent story we heard about Howard. Serious. It's been said that they don't want to re-sign Howard. I don't think Howard's going anywhere. I think he would absolutely take $20 million a year. Oh, believe me, he'll be in poverty. Imagine relegated to only $20 million a year. What do you do? SNAP benefits, they've taken that away. Imagine Howard trying to buy soda or candy and not being able to because SNAP has recently said you can't do that. Only $20 million. So people are going, oh, he wouldn't take that. From $100 million a year to $20 million, he'll take it. Howard's addicted to the microphone, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I would have trouble. I wouldn't want to stop doing this myself. I know there are a lot of people that continue to talk into a microphone regardless of who, or more importantly, who isn't listening. There are people out there that had huge radio careers that, there's 30 people listening to them, and they continue doing it because there's this addiction to attention and that microphone. And I think Howard has that. I think he's a little delusional as to where he is right now. He was the greatest radio personality ever. That is undeniable. People have accused me of going, oh, you don't know, say Howard started this or he was huge. And what you're saying is you're jealous. You're one of, like, I've always been a fan of Howard years ago. And I've never said he didn't deserve every accolade he got in radio broadcasting. But as time goes on and as you change as a person, or not even change, maybe the camouflage of who you presented yourself as on air comes away. It falls down and people start seeing you for who you really are. And I think more older people do that. They don't feel committed to a character anymore. And they're like, screw this, I'm just going to be me. And the Howard that is me is, he's really, we always knew he was a weirdo, but this whole political thing, like alienating half of your audience, is telling people that if you're a MAGA supporter, he not only wants you to not listen, but he wants you to die. Unvaccinated people, he said if they go to the hospital, they should be kicked out and made to die at home. He was a political shill for the left for the past few years. And the straw that broke the camel's back was that disgusting interview with Joe Biden. It looked like he put on a relative suit that was too big for him to, show respect. And then he just crowed about the amazing job Joe Biden did and how unbelievably qualified he was. He went on to say how the Biden family was an amazing group of people and that Joe showed he cared. And that's what we need. He called Joe the father of our country. It was so incredibly embarrassing that this was the guy who had the KKK guy on, who had Gilbert Gottfried on. And Gilbert would interrupt Robin's news in such a hilarious, horrible way that you could not breathe while you were listening to it. I sat in my truck at a job site that I was supposed to start working at 8, and I did not get out of the truck until 11, praying the show would end. They kept coming back and doing more, and Gilbert's on, and Jackie and Fred, and I'm dying laughing. I am not leaving that truck. And then to see that interview, that kiss-ass propaganda interview with Joe Biden, that was the last straw. And I think I'm not alone here. That really turned off hardcore Stern fans from years ago. Because how big Stern was back in the 90s especially, that created such a bond and such a loyalty in the audience that it took a long time for people to throw that out. I know a lot of people that said, yeah, I know it's not different, but he's growing. He's maturing. He's changing as a radio guy. You can't do the shock jock thing and get older. But if you change into what he changed into, I don't care how hardcore a fan you are, you're just not going to enjoy what he's doing. And you're going to look at him and go, who is this guy? This isn't that guy. So I think we're going through a time in America that type of entertainer is looked down upon. You know, we saw what the Democrats did. We saw what happened under the Biden administration. And for Howard, this, free speech advocate for so many years, First Amendment, crucified by the FCC. Remember that? He put out a whole thing. The FCC was censoring him. And then he actually said, I don't care about your free speech, to people that were talking about perhaps the COVID vaccine wasn't as good as they say it was, and some of the oppressive laws that were being put in place during COVID. People were speaking out about that. And Howard said, I don't care about your free speech. And that just crushed people. This is the free speech guy. Let me say what I want to say on the air. F the FCC, all that. So Trump had something to say about Colbert and then talked about Stern because he had done his show a few times. Let's listen to Trump talking about these guys.
I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern is the name I haven't heard. I used to do a show. We used to have fun. But I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience. Right. People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that was it. It really exposed him. I don't know what happened. The guy was always, Howard was always kind of an odd fish. And I think COVID broke him. I think COVID really broke him. There were a couple of things. One of them was COVID. The other one was this just need to be accepted by the Hollywood community. When he was an outcast, as far as Hollywood went, and every Hollywood star, they hated him. They all wanted to be on his show to promote whatever they were doing because they knew he was the number one guy. Some of them, biting off their nose to spite their face, wouldn't go on his show to promote what they were doing because they hated him so much. But there were a few that came on and said, yeah, I'm going to talk to this guy because I'm going to get to more people than I could with any other show. But most of the time, the Hollywood community, degenerates, perverts, pedos, they would shun Howard because his opinion of Hollywood was exactly like everyone else's regular people, not showbiz people. And we're like, God, this guy's awesome. He's crapping all over this elite, wonderful, glitterati Hollywood people. And then we saw, oh, God, no, he wants to be one of them. That was the whole thing. Every time he was bitching about them, in his head, he was like, why don't they like me? I'm popular. And when that finally came out and his listeners, his fans, his passionate, didn't miss a minute of the show fans, kind of went, this is uncomfortable. He wants to be out in the Hamptons at some exclusive party with all the big Hollywood, Jennifer Aniston, Jimmy Kimmel. Look, I'm hobnobbing. I'm hobnobbing, Robin. And that was it. That was it. People went, oh, no, he's the guy. He's one of them. He's always been one of them, but what he was doing on the air was chasing away the people he most wanted to hang out with. So that was about that. Really, that was quite the dive. And now, no one's really listening to his show. Let's be honest. Even the hardcore Stern fans, I get messages from them, social media and whatnot, and they're like, you wish you were Howard. And it's like, years ago, everybody in radio wished they were Howard. If you were in radio and people called you a Howard wannabe, that's different than a Howard copycat or a Howard you're ripping him off. You want to be in this business that you're in and be as successful as you can, be the biggest that there is. Then, yeah, wannabe. But those days are long gone. This is a guy now who's aging out. There's no real argument about that. And he's just lost touch in every single way with that audience that was so passionate about him and his show and what he talked about, his guests. I mean, when there was a woman, her name was Marcy Turk. She took over Howard's show over at Sirius XM. And she, I don't know why Howard decided to take everything she said as gospel. But one of the things was you have to rebuild your image into this thing that Hollywood will accept. You're not going to get a network gig with America's Got Talent or anything like that if people remember that you did blackface and you used the N-word and you were terribly sexist and misogynistic and homophobic. So you need to completely get rid of everything you did. So a lot of the funniest shows ever were relegated to the trash heap. Like I said, Gilbert, a lot of Artie Lang stuff. Some of these shows were the most memorable shows you'd ever heard. And they involved, a lot of racial stuff, a lot of sexual stuff. That's what we listened to. And be proud of your legacy in that way. It was during your most popular time in radio. But instead, this woman at Sirius XM convinced him to try to wipe that out so it never existed. And I think that was another thing that drastically hurt Howard as far as his fan base goes. They loved that. All the Billy West material. When Billy would come on and do Marge Shot, she was an owner of, what team was that? Do you remember there? The Indians, Cleveland Indians. And Billy West would do, it was some of the most horrifically racist stuff. But you want to talk hilariously funny, the way he did it, and hearing Jackie laughing and Fred, and it was such a guy thing. And then Robin's there to try to, rein it in. Oh, the Cincinnati Reds. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the Cincinnati Reds. Mike? Yeah, she was. It was so friggin' funny. And to just disavow that ever happened. Not only move on. Like, moving on is one thing. I get it. You have to play to whatever's going on in the world at that time. And if that type of humor isn't fashionable, you could change it up a little bit. You realize who you are and what you're doing and go, all right, maybe not now. But to disavow it like it never happened so you could get America's Got Talent and sit next to the anointed Hollywood people, it was sad. That was a sad moment. He went on The View to plug one of his books, and it was embarrassing. Just sucking up to those hags on The View. So there's plenty of reasons why Howard isn't worth $100 million a year for a 5-year contract anymore. But I think his addiction to that microphone will not allow him to give it up when his contract is up at the end of the year. We'll see. The mystery continues. Back in moments with more of the Anthony Cumia Show.
The Anthony Cumia Show.
Checking my social media here. And again, see, this is what I get when I talk about Stern. This is the anomaly. This is the most rare of the rare comments. Most of them are, yeah, that sucks. Why did he do that? He stinks now. But every so often you get a guy that I have to believe hopped in Doc Brown's DeLorean from 1995, transported himself to right now, heard what I said, and was like, what are you talking? This guy's awesome. What are you talking about? Havahama. This guy's name is Havahama. You're beating up Stern. You couldn't shine his shoes. He is the #1 radio guy of all time. I'm not a fan of his either. But you should talk about the normal crap you spit out, not him. Huh? He's not a fan, but he's behind him. He's supporting him. I should talk about... Well, I do talk about the normal crap I spit out. I do. That's my show. So again, people still have this idea that it's the 1990s and he's awesome. I'll tell you, the worst move Howard Stern made was going to satellite radio. It really was. There was this mystique about how dirty, how inappropriate, how rule-breaking he could be with FCC rules and regs in place, and having that PD and GM ragging on him. And it made him the underdog, even though he was unbelievably successful. It still put him in the position of underdog. My boss is trying to screw me over. My boss is trying to keep me from doing what I want to do to entertain you. So all the listeners like, yeah, screw that boss guy. And then he went to Sirius XM and he had carte blanche to do and say whatever he wanted. And it took a little of that allure away. You know, sometimes the situation you're in enhances what you're doing. And I think broadcast radio was Stern's best place to be. Anyway, that's how I feel. We'll take a call here. Joaquin, PA, talk about MAGA. What's up?
Hey, Anthony. First thing is I got a tongue twister for you. Stern went from irreverent to irrelevant.
Yeah.
I have a hard time sitting that one out.
Yeah, they sound similar, but they're worlds apart, man.
You know, as soon as he became a COVID tyrant, forget it. You know, I call him Howard the Coward then, because that's just ridiculous. Him and Arnold Schwarzenegger and all these guys that carried on about COVID and the vaccines and everything.
Yeah, wear your mask. I put the mask on my goat. Yeah, it was just too much.
I can be proud of myself. I didn't wear the mask unless I did it to get past the guards at the door, you know, then I took it off, and I just didn't buy none of that crap.
Didn't wear a mask. I didn't get vaccinated. I made a fake vaccination card, not for, like, important things, but, hey, look, I'm crazy. I wanted to get into a goddamn restaurant, you know? I wanted to go to a restaurant. So I took out my fake COVID vaccine card and went in. Yeah, I wasn't getting vaccinated. Screw that.
You know, I want to also make a comment about the horses. The unfortunate thing is that if they shut that down, the odds are that most of those horses probably will wind up getting euthanized.
Yeah.
Or they might wind up getting bought by kill buyers that manage to, you know, trade them a couple of times.
I understand. Look, Joaquin, I understand that. But there won't be another generation of them and another and another. I feel bad. I feel bad that the horses will probably meet an untimely end if they shut down the carriages in New York. But then that'll be it. It's like, oh, these are the last killer whales we're going to have at SeaWorld. But unfortunately, they're still going to be caged up in those tanks. We can't let them out because, you know, they're not used to a natural environment. Well, that does suck, but it's the end of it, at least. It's done.
You know, that's a very interesting point that you just made, I have to admit.
Thank you.
That counters mine pretty damn good. You know, the one thing I do want to say is how this is all happening, unfortunately, with Mandami. Cuomo is just as bad as Mandami.
Of course.
It's just about an Islamist, okay? You know,
yes.
So everybody that's out there saying, oh, Cuomo to stop Mandami, you got to be kidding me, you know? And Curtis is the only option when it comes down to that. And, you know, the problem is unfortunately, you know something, conservatives have allowed themselves to get bullied, you know, for the longest time now. Mm-hmm. And we've never met the left with, you know, veracity, you know, their attacks.
No.
Counter-attacked. When they call us Nazis, you know, and we should have countered that right away. We've just allowed that to go on. And this is ridiculous. And I do want to say one more thing about these Republicans who are deep states. They say they want to start a new party, Christy Todd Whitman, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's ridiculous.
When Elon Musk, he ran to the arms of Mike Pence and said that we needed a new party.
The America Party, yeah.
We have to start learning that not everybody that has an R next to their name is not necessarily, you know, an America First conservative Republican.
No, a lot of politicians in there. Doesn't matter, D or R, they're politicians, and they're by nature corrupt, self-centered, self-serving. So, yeah, those are the people we'd love to get out, right, Joaquin?
Exactly.
Man. All right, thanks for the call, brother. There goes Joaquin. I like that guy. Man, all right, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I adore you. You know that. We'll be back next week. Anthony Cumia on X, Compound Media on YouTube, and, of course, 77 WABC on YouTube. And we will be back next Sunday, 8 p.m. Join us then, won't you? Thank you. Anthony Cumia saying good night.
Exercise your First Amendment right to whip out your freedom of expression with Anthony Cumia.
Welcome back.
Hats, hoodies, and shirts from the WABC radio store.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Like the Clown of the Week t-shirt. and wrap that rascal with the Anthony Cumia signature hoodie.
I don't care if you're on the high seas or you're just in a bar in New York City.
Plus the Cumia microphone logo line. The Anthony Cumia Store. Now live at WABCRadiostore.com.
How do you know it's true? How did you learn that? Are you repeating what you've been saying for your whole life? Or are you repeating what somebody else is saying? How do you know what you know? What do you know? Do you know anything? What is the level of knowledge of the knowing, of the science? Scienter, knowledge is sciens, from science, to have knowledge of something. Scienter is a critical part of criminal law because you have to know you're doing something. You have to be aware of it. You can't have somebody can't slip something in your pocket. You're charged with possession. If you don't know, you're possessing it. I mean, good luck trying to get out of that. But in any event, how do you know what you know? Now, today, I am fascinated by the epistemology of stuff, knowledge, how we come about things. And there is a very, very serious summit that is occurring today, set for a late morning, actually 11 a.m. Alaska time, actually 3 p.m. or so Eastern time. And it is President Putin and President Trump meeting for a summit. What is it? How do you know what you know? What are they going to be talking about? Ukraine. What is Ukraine about? What is that about? You don't know. Nobody knows. They don't tell you. They don't study it. They tell you this kind of a gloss. Certain things you have to, for example, when you go to a store, if you want to buy margarine, you don't have to know how margarine is made. You don't have to know what margarine is. You just want it. You don't really know what it is. So you don't have to know how they make it, how they process it, how they hydrogenate oils into that crazy seed oil, anti-seed oil fanaticism, which is just insanity online, but I digress. You don't have to know how you make margarine to eat it, but when you want to watch the news, you have to know what you're talking about. And you're not going to hear anybody talk about what this is, how you know it, and what you should know. How do you know what you know? And there's these wonderful, wonderful things about knowledge. There was a doctor years ago, I forget who it was exactly, who said, whenever you hear hoof prints, or hoof beats, don't think zebra. Don't complicate things. How do you know what you know? And one of the most fascinating stories, which I'm not going to go into because you don't want to know about it. I know you don't. Because it takes so much for me to go back and explain this to you. And not because I'm not trying to make you sound stupid. Oh, no. No. But trust me, you don't want to hear about that. You want to hear, kind of like when you buy margarine. What is it? What do I need to know? I got to move on. Putin is meeting with Trump. Okay, all right. Putin's a bad guy, right? Yeah, bad guy. What is Putin? I don't know. He wants to take over. Okay, good. Trump's good. Yeah, Putin bad. Good. Got it. It's that Boris and Natasha way of thinking. It goes back to Bullwinkle. It goes back to this Russophobic nonsense. How do you know what you know? I mean, I have read I promise you, in 5 minutes, less than 5, I'd say maybe a good 2.5, I know more about what's going on based upon a cursory, perfunctory reading of all that's going on, based upon all of these citations, whether it's through kind of AI program, ChatGPT or Grok or whatever it is. And I can get, by the way, that's just not somebody coming up with something. This is various citations, but I can get the basis of what they're doing, where they're going to be meeting. It's very interesting. Do you know where they're meeting? Has somebody waived? I believe either the ICC, ICJ have an active an arrest warrant out for Putin. Are they going to waive that? Anybody think about that one? What do you mean? Well, there's this warrant, and they're thinking about maybe applying it to Bibi Netanyahu in other particular circumstances. We don't want to get into that right now because that takes a long time. But here's the deal. Where are they meeting? They're meeting at a place, by the way, called the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. What is a joint base? How do you know what you know? It's interesting. A joint base is where more than one branch of the U.S. military shares the same installation. In this case, Elmendorf Air Force Base and Fort Richardson Army Base were merged in 2010. So the JBER houses Air Force, Army, sometimes Navy and Marine personnel in Alaska. I didn't know that. Did you know that? Now you know. How do you know what you know? This is a multi-service base. Instead of being used just for Air Force or Army, the Pentagon consolidated a bunch of bases like that after the Cold War to save money. It makes a lot of sense. What's also fascinating to note is that it's close to Russia across the Bering Sea. It's got major air defense and rapid deployment capabilities. It's basically America's northern front door militarily. This is where Sarah Palin said she could see Russia from there. So Trump is holding it there for symbolic reasons and practical. It shows strength. It avoids, by the way, the Washington optics, and it puts the meeting right on the edge of the Pacific chessboard. Now, when did Russia begin its military action? What was that? That was February the 24th, 2022. Do you know what that was about? Do you know what that was about? Anybody tell you this? Nope. You're told they just got a wild hair up their keister and decided we're going to spread the Soviet Union, and we're going to go, and we're going to start with Ukraine. Because why? Because I'm rapacious, I'm bloodthirsty, I'm Vladimir Putin, and I'm evil, right? Because that's what Russians are. Again, it's that Boris and Natasha nonsense. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea after the Western-backed Maidan uprising in Kyiv. Wait a minute, what? That's right. Fighting was also in Donbass, in Donetsk and Lugansk. Then in 2014 to 2021, low-level war dragged on after ceasefires under Minsk and Minsk II. Wait a minute, what? February 21st, 2022, Putin formally recognized Donetsk and Lugansk as independent. And then in 2022, Russia launches a large-scale invasion across multiple fronts, calling it a special military operation. And that invasion kicked off what they call the war as we know it today, with Russia, or Moscow, I guess, claiming that it was protecting its Russian assets and ethnic Russians and stopping NATO expansion, while the West called it unprovoked aggression. The West, of course, is NATO. What is NATO? How do you know what you know? Why do we have NATO? What's the purpose of NATO now? After containment, after the fall of the Soviet Union, what do we even have NATO for? What do you think? Do you think Russia's going to take Poland? Seriously. Seriously. Are you kidding me? Nobody knows anything. Because you are not, they don't want you to know this. They want to give you margarine. They want to give you this little thing that you buy, and it comes in a tub, and you open it up, and that's all the facts you need to know about this. But my particular margarine, my particular butter is nuanced. It's, oh my God, it's yes here, but this is what's going on. Who is Zelensky? I don't know. Who is Kolomoisky? I don't know. I have been studying this. I have been actively involved in this since February of 2022. Like you cannot believe. I've been through this. I'm fascinated by it. I can't read enough about it. There is so much to read and to understand. More than anything you could ever imagine. It is beyond fascinating. But the moment any of the bought and paid for media types on cable news or other types, if ever they give you any other nuance or perspective other than that which is provided for in this scripted form in the margarine that you buy, they might lose their, dare I say, their favored, media status and incur the wrath. See, you're given a packaged version. No nuance, no perspective, no nothing. You were told that in this world there are good people and bad people. It's Manichaean, apodictic, black and white, left and right. That's it. And we tell you who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. And that's it, and you move along. And that's it. And we don't want you to think. And what we do is, whenever you start thinking too much, we move and we change the subject. So we're on to something else. Oh, okay. Because we know you're not gonna stay with us. You're not gonna stick with it. You're gonna move on. And you're gonna, okay, fine. So you're never gonna really get a feel for that. You don't really understand what this is about. You're not really sure. You kind of don't. You a little bit, maybe, but I don't know. So you're gonna have this idea of who Putin is and what is he? What is he all about? What is he? And if you want to see something really sad, imagine Marco Rubio sitting across from Sergei Lavrov. Oh my God. That's not even funny. These people are hardcore. poor diplomats. They have been doing this for so long, and they have a cool about them. They have a way of steely. The stuff that we get away with here, you would never hear that in Russia, ever. It's a sign of weakness. To lose your you know what, to lose your mind. No. They don't do that. Why is Witkoff and Lutnick doing all the work? Why is Witkoff? Where's Marco Rubio? Where's the Secretary of State? Huh? Anybody ask that? Anybody ask that? You know how weird that looks? What's that all about? Can you imagine doing that to Kissinger? Kissinger was what? Secretary of State and NSA, I think, at the same time, or I think it was dual. In any event, can you imagine that? Can you? I mean, has anybody explained that one to you? How is Marco Rubio? Why does he even go to work in the morning? He does less work than Kash Patel. What is he there for? How does this look? This is the Secretary of State. Did you ever see him talk about anything? Never. How do you know what you know? Why is he doing that? What's the purpose? What's going on? What's going on next? Next, we just move on. Lionel's rule, 3 days of non-discussion and you forget the whole thing. Are we done with Epstein? Yep. Are we done with Epstein? Yep. We're done. Why? That ran its course. We're moving on. Next, we're talking about something that is the best because we love in our country low-hanging fruit. And this is the best one. A guy threw a Subway sandwich at a federal officer, and you would have thought this was Ed Gein or Gary Heidnik, or that they collared the worst serial killer of all time. Pam Bondi actually came out. You know the expression, Latin people use it as povere, pobrecito, Sicilian Italian is mischino, like poor thing. Bless her heart, Pam Bondi, mischina, poor thing. She came out of, I don't know what, she has been so spooked for the longest time. She doesn't know what's going on. She has after that whole thing, whatever that was with Epstein, she is so catastrophically confused. I mean, she doesn't know what. So this time, she and Jeanine Pirro I think is doing a good job, but I would have said, no, I am not going to announce a big deal over Sandwichgate. This is trivial. I am the Attorney General. Bill Barr would have never announced this. Bill Barr would have never said, we are hereby announcing federal charges. We've impaneled a grand jury to go after a person who heaved a Subway sandwich at a federal agent. No, we are not. I'm not going to do this. This is what AG Pam Bondi wrote. If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after you. You're kidding. This is a sandwich. I just learned that this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer. Not only is he fired, by the way, no longer is in capitals, is he fired, capital, he has been charged with a felony. This is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ. The deep state throwing a Subway Pam, you will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement. D.C. man charged with felony assault after hitting a federal agent with a Subway sandwich. Pam Bondi actually wrote, swear to God, said, this is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months. Oh, my God. Now, that's embarrassing. How do you know what you know? Well, I know what I know. Nobody knows what the hell's going on here. Now, that doesn't mean that I have lost my faith in this president. Sometimes he doesn't know what he's doing either, but there's nobody I would take. We have no choice. My friends, today is going to be Ventilation Friday. I wanted to start off with this to give you an idea of what I want you to know. When I get done with you every day, I want you to be smarter. And I don't want to necessarily tell you something you don't know. That's nice. But I want you to think differently. I want to arm you with the ability to think. I want to teach you how to think, critical thinking. And the first thing is, how do you know what you know? Ask yourself today, where's Marco Rubio? Why does Pam Bondi think throwing a Subway sandwich is the deep state? Where has she been? Is Epstein over with? What about all those, what about the documents, the files? What did she call it? Files? No. Lists, lists, files. Dershowitz called them documents. And whatever happened with that? Nothing. Gone. Whatever happened with Ghislaine Maxwell? Is she, I don't know. She was moved. Is she, but she's a sex, I don't know. Move on. How do you know what you know? I'm going to tell you something in a nice way. They are hoping you're going to know nothing. And whether it's because of Wi-Fi bombardment, whether it's because of the psych meds you've been on, whether it's because of your poor education by virtue of the system, whether it's because of your own slovenliness or your diet or any kind of psychiatric medication or SSRIs, but you are so incurious. You have no insatiability. You have nothing that pulls you, that attracts you to make you absolutely ravenous for information. So that it's not a matter of what do you know and how do you know what you know. Your issue is, why should I even care? I'm too busy. If it's important, they'll tell me. And they'll tell me everything I need to know. And I'm not going to go any deeper than what they tell me. Say buying margarine. That's it. I don't know how you make it. I don't know what it is. I don't care. But if that's it, I'm buying it. And I'm not asking any questions. Okay? Great. Our number is 800-848-9222. Today is Ventilation Friday. Everything, anything goes. And by the way, preference for new callers, new meat, people who've never called a talk radio ever in their life, who've never thought about it. I want to talk to you. And if we can, we're going to have a new program once a year. All of the individuals that we have noted as chronics, you may call once a year, but not to this show. This is so weird. Yesterday's Thursday. So Thursday night is Friday. I still have to ask myself, now today's Friday, right? Okay. So when I get done at 5 in the morning, that's it, right? That's it. That's it. Okay. It never ceases to amaze me. Before we get to the phone calls, I want to do a couple of things. I have called the Human Rights Division of the UN to ban the following, which only is seen at radio stations. This is where you involve seemingly otherwise talented adults who are forced to stare at graphs for long periods of time. It causes the most vile of temperament, an anger quotient that it's like staring at the sun. It is. In the old days, remember we had the reel-to-reel to go, hey, this is so stupid. But it was kind of fun because you went, and you move the reels and you had tape. Today you're staring at a graph and it will make you crazy within 5 minutes. That's very inside and that's okay. Now, this is what we hear on a regular basis. Hey, kids, want to work for the technical aspects of the radio station? No. Isn't it funny how this supposedly, this increased our productivity? Now, I got to tell you this story. Yesterday, you're not going to believe this. Yesterday, we had this old bat call up, which is just terrific. And there is a God. There is a radio God. I forget her name. Names don't mean anything, but I hope she doesn't call back. And she called back and I looked up and it said, so-and-so is livid with you about what you said about sexuality. She couldn't tell me what it was. She knew nothing, but she had a master's degree. And I, of course, had some fun, just venting for the past 25 years, taking everything I acted like one of these Karens who get arrested, and I just gave her what I felt about everything. Now listen to this. We have a relative who said, hey, I hear are you doing a radio show? Yes. well, where is it? How can I listen? Yes. She had no idea. Guess when she tuned in. First time, had no idea what I'm talking about. She hears me just eviscerating this virago, this termagant, this shrew, this harpy, and it was wonderful. She's just, wow, that was interesting. Is it always like that? I said, oh, that was mild. That was mild. Because what we did was, I said, our station buys obscenity waivers from the FCC. And I made this up. I said, we have a certain amount of F-bombs and all kinds of terrible things that we can say because of waivers that we've purchased. So, and I made this up, but it kind of sounded interesting. 30 past the hour. Now, before I forget, because I want to get this out of the way, because this is Ventilation Friday, and we'll get to Michael and Chris and Helen and Nick and everybody else. Do we have that Starbucks thing handy? Let me tell you this story. Play a little bit of this. Okay, you hear this? You don't remember this. I don't know, this was 77 or something. I don't know, something like that. The group is called Starbucks. I graduated from high school in 1976. This is Bruce Blackman. Okay? I don't know what he's saying. Kawasaki Ocean. I haven't, because I don't process words. I just hear feelings. But I want you to hear this one thing, and then I'll explain it to you. Trying to find the Chesapeake Bay. Okay. Again, nothing like a kind of bug emotion. I don't know. Okay, listen to this. He does this thing where he says, listen. Okay, stop it. Now, I went to this thing every year. All seniors, they don't have it now. This is in 1976, called Grad Night. You go to Disney World. And I'd say, what are we doing this for? And I would always ask questions. What are we doing? Last night I said, what are we doing? Why are there cheerleaders? What is homecoming? Who's coming home? Why do we go to this? What do I care about a team? This is high school football. Who cares? Anyway, everything. I can deconstruct everything to the point where people would say, then just don't go. I said, why are we going to grad night? I don't understand. We can't drink. We just walk around a park in the middle of the night. I'm tired. We take a bus 2 hours to Orlando from what? Anyway, I was miserable. Okay, so I went. I figured, well, this is high school, I guess, and you want to say goodbye. But I was right, 100%. So I walked in. There was all these people, like Cool in the Gang. I thought, well, I get to see somebody. But they don't tell you where they're going to be or what time. They're just there. Okay. So I walked into whatever this was, Epcot or the Tahitian Village or whatever that. I have no idea. And it's Starbucks. It's this Moonlight. Play a little bit of it. That's jazz, baby. Yeah. By the way, great. The vibes are. This is like Victor Feldman or reminds me of Lionel Hampton. Really good. Okay, that's it. So I walk in and go, oh, that's that group, Starbucks. Okay. And that's, of course, Bruce Blackman. Where's that hat? Got the mustache, that anti-cap kind of hat. Okay, I got done. I walked around. I said, where's the other bands? Where's Cool in the Gang? Anybody know? We're not really sure. I said, well, can't they print, when, where? I mean, this is Disney World. You know how big, they can put Disneyland in the parking lot of Disney World. This is huge. So I'm walking around, no map, no GPS. So I walk and say, oh, here's something. I walk into this group. It's the Futurama, whatever this exhibit is. I walk in this auditorium. Guess who's in there? They're back. It's like they're following me. I said, is it? And that's the only song they knew. They didn't play anything. My friend went to see the Shy Lights. That's all they played the whole night. They played one song. I said, this is ridiculous. That's 2 in a row. So I said, I'm getting out of here. Now, I don't know if they drove this, if they knew I was upset, if they put him on like a golf cart, but I swear to God, I think it was thrice when I caught him 3 times doing Moonlight. I said, that's it. I went back to the bus and I went to sleep. I said, this is the most stupid thing I've ever been in my... So anyway, so when I hear... never heard Cool in the Gang. Never heard him. I just said, why is that right? This is what I wanted to hear. I never heard Cool in the Gang. Never heard him. I don't even know who else they were promising a lot of people that they couldn't deliver. The Beatles. Come on. I think they were lying. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 800-848-9222. This is Ventilation Friday. Everything and anything goes. By the way, new callers, new meat, please let me know. And don't forget our new policy. If you're a chronic caller, once a year. Let's go to Michael. Michael in New Jersey. Michael, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, thanks for taking my call. It feels like I've had an intellectual lobotomy and colonoscopy at the same time listening to you.
Beautiful imagery. Thank you.
The best way possible. What I wanted to call is, right, with Putin coming to Alaska, what if this is not going to happen? But what if
they arrested him?
What if they arrested him? Yeah, he's got the ICC warrant. What if they? And that would dispel any notion that these Democrats had that Trump's in bed with Putin. Right?
First of all, do you think Trump is in bed with Putin?
No, of course not. No. I do not think that at all.
What do you think? Do you think? Do people understand what Ukraine is all about? By the way, remember how they used to say the Ukraine? Did you ever hear that? The Ukraine?
I remember the Scott Walker in 2015 against Trump calling it the Ukraine.
Right.
And Trump was the one who said, no, it's actually Ukraine, buddy.
Yeah, right. Well, it's like the Donald, I think Ivana called him. But it's a very good question. And if it's
not going to happen.
No.
I just think it would be hilarious.
Well, it would be. Wouldn't it be funny if Trump were kidding? Breaking his balls and Vlad, I'm kidding. All of a sudden, somebody says, Vladimir Putin, you are under arrest. I'm kidding. Now remember, UCC. Remember, Zoran the Moron Mamdani.
You got to get it right. You got to get it right. You're going to be a New York City radio host. Yeah. You're going to be your mayor. You got to get it right.
All right. No, I normally can do it. It's Mamdani. Everybody else calls him Mandami. They get him all wrong. Anyway, he said he would have Bibi Netanyahu arrested.
He would have Netanyahu arrested.
Which, of course, he can't. He has no jurisdiction to do that.
No jurisdiction, exactly.
It's not good when you have an arrest warrant and you don't even know where it come. How do we execute it? Do we fulfill it? Do we have jurisdiction? That's not a good thing. But anyway,
Agreed.
To answer your question, and what's going to happen is this is what they're going to do. I think they're going to close the door. And they're going to probably say, everybody go in here. Don, how are you? Vlad, I don't understand what this is about. I know you don't. What do we do? Look, I don't know what to tell you. They both hate Zelensky. Hate him. Because he's a fraud. He's a coke addict and he's a bum. And what he did when he showed disrespect, he was tooted up. This guy was, he was snowblind. Can you imagine that in the White House? And then J.D. Vance was busted his balls?
He had to step in and correct it. And Lionel, if I may,
yes,
not to take advantage of your time, just one other question.
Mm-hmm.
If Mandami wins, right? Let's just assume he wins.
He will.
Right?
He will.
He will win.
Yep.
But he won't have a mandate because they're the progressives, Schumer, Hochul, those guys. They're not stepping into it, endorse them.
You know what you call somebody who doesn't have a mandate? The winner.
Yeah, the winner.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's the winner. But also, let me explain something to you. Will everybody please stop saying, and we're all going to leave. We're not going to leave. We learned that stuff from COVID. People moved to Florida until they realized there's nothing to do in Florida. And let's go to,
I know you're not leaving. You're a health kitchen guy, right?
No. But listen, we've been saying this. Robert De Niro, a person I do. By the way, you a first-time caller, Michael?
I am a first-time caller.
God,
I've been listening to you for years. I used to watch you WPIX.
Oh,
I'm happy to have the occasion to talk to you.
This is so good. And by the way, please announce yourself because it's always great to have somebody new because there's new meat, new talent, new something.
Michael from New Jersey.
Oh, of course, Michael. One who was like God, Mikhail. I'm a Michael too, by the way. So that is.
I remember when you were on PIX.
Yeah.
You did this bit about someone being dead, and they said, "Oh, he looks so good." And you said, "He's dead. He's dead."
Those were the good old days. But let me go back to this. Yeah. The thing about the question is, Robert De Niro, who I normally do not give any credence to whatsoever, he said, I've been around for a long time. And I was around when the Bronx was burning, and the days of Dinkins, and the days of this, and the days of A-Beam, and New York dropped dead. And we're not going to move. We never left. Nobody said we're leaving. You don't leave the biggest city in the nation that has more to offer at its worst. At its worst. So the idea that somehow...
De Niro's looking minutes in Manhattan. That's why he closed his Tribeca Grill, its restaurant. That's why he closed it. He's looking minutes in Manhattan. That's why he closed his restaurant down there.
He closed it. Why?
He had the Tribeca Grill downtown.
Yeah.
He closed it recently.
Well, why did he close it?
Oh, you tell me, buddy.
No, I thought you said that's why. I thought I heard you say, quote, that's
no,
why.
I just said he's looking minutes in Manhattan. That's why he closed the restaurant that was so popular.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Listen, place of the restaurant business and rent. I mean, I don't know if he owned it. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, this is a guy that you got what you deserve. And what happens is they act like there's some kind of a chance of anything happening. It's not. Put it this way. These people, these political prognosticators, I don't want them, giving me, betting tips because I know who's going to win. This isn't I don't want it to be, but this is a no-brainer. And maybe New York needs this. Maybe this will act as some kind of a colonoscopy, as somebody might say, or some kind of a lower GI or an emetic, something to make people vomit or puke or whatever.
At the beginning of the skull.
I mean, maybe we'll need this. I don't know, because if you can't see what's happening, about cloaca, and it works fine. Michael, thank you so much, son of a change. I mean that sincerely. Let's go to Chris on Long Island. Chris, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel on Ventilation Friday. Let her rip, Chris. What's on your mind?
Hi, Lionel. I am also a first-time caller, but
Excellent.
I've been a long-time listener for you.
Thank you, sir.
And I think you really walked the tightrope of informative, educational, and entertaining.
Oh, good. And highly insulting.
Well, sometimes
yes.
I disagree with some of your viewpoints.
Good. Excellent.
But I don't find your viewpoints to be so skewed that they don't make sense. You do make a very good argument, but sometimes I think you sometimes might miss a bigger picture.
Chris, I appreciate that immensely, and I appreciate that, and you are entitled to it, and I'm always willing to expand my viewpoint in the event I'm missing something, obvious. Go ahead, sir.
I recently moved out to Long Island from Manhattan, and I wanted to discuss with you your viewpoint on the sandwich gate.
Yes.
And I think there's a bigger picture here that, maybe we're not seeing. And that is, we did witness what occurred in California, where the police and highway patrol, they were stoning them. They had lit their patrol cars on fire. And that's the civilian police departments and sheriff's departments. And I think Bundy and Perot are making
Bundy and Perot. I like that.
I'm sorry. It's my New York accent.
I don't think that's it, but go ahead. All right. Anyway, but Bondi and Pirro. Okay, right. Yeah. What about
Bondi and Pirro.
Right,
I'm so sorry about
That's okay.
that.
No. That's right.
And I think they're trying to make a point here.
Oh, for Christ's sake. With a sandwich? A Subway sandwich? There's so many better things.
Wait a minute. I do think it philosophically connects to Giuliani's broken window philosophy.
Oh, come on.
New York City police officers, they get fluids thrown on them.
A Subway sandwich. Of all the things. Of all the things. Come on.
I hear you. I hear you, but these are federal agents nonetheless. And what they're saying is...
that's like throwing a sandwich at a mailman. Okay, fine. I understand it. And I'm glad they did.
They're not mailmen.
No, but law enforcement.
Listen,
there is a go after... It trivializes it. to refer to throwing a sandwich gate as the deep state. This is what Pam Bondi tweeted. The deep state. Come on, man. Listen.
Well, the point of that is, as I said, it refers to that broken window concept that she's delineating that these are federal agents. They are not.
Now you're repeating yourself. Now, Chris, I appreciate it. I guess what I'm saying is you are correct. I'm saying it is of all of the problems, of all of the rapists and pederasts and child molesters and drug addicts and human traffickers and all the people that we can say, look what we've done. Look whom we have corralled and arrested. A guy throws some Italian sub, and it's a joke. I would have said, I am the Attorney General of the United States. I am not going to respond to a guy throwing a sandwich. I'm not going to do it.
You're going to say, there's no recourse at all for that.
No, I'm going to talk about this. I'm saying, of course.
Next time someone throws a shoe at them.
Oh, come on. You are focusing too much. I've got 90 great other serious crimes that'll make you weep. This sounds stupid.
That's totally agreed.
This is stupid. This is stupid.
The point is you don't want to empower bystanders to interfere with the operation.
This is a sandwich.
Agents.
They throw a submarine sandwich. For God's sakes, man. Oh, my God.
The next time
it could be a severed head. The next time it might be vivisection, and the next time it could be it could be the eviscerated entrails of some orphan. Stop it!
Look at how it's.
Are you playing me? Are you pulling my? Come on, man!
No,
come on, dude.
I'm actually trying to explain their action. I'm talking about Bondi's actions. I'm not necessarily
Chris, you've done it.
agreeing with it. I'm not necessarily agreeing with it.
Nobody is having a hard time understanding it. It's called low-hanging fruit, and poor Pam Bondi is so spooked after Bindergate. She says, this is something I know nobody will disagree with, but it's over the top. And there's Janine Pirro in her office saying if you think, sandwich today, by God, they'll take my cold from my dead fingers. Let me stop it. It's a joke. It's embarrassing. I would pick up the phone and tell Pam Bondi, the next time you think about tweeting, you got to run it by somebody, okay? Because this is ridiculous. I know it's serious. Okay, fine, but nobody was hurt. What? He's gonna pay for the cleaning bill? Come on! It's mayonnaise and shredded lettuce. What are you talking about? We have lost our minds, ladies and gentlemen. 800-848-9222. It is Ventilation Friday. This is absolutely nuts. You remember this one? Bill Wyman's son marries an older woman, okay? That older woman has a kid who marries Bill Wyman's father. So Bill Wyman's father is his father-in-law and his son. I mean, it is the weirdest thing. We used to do this to see if people were drunk, if they could drive home.
This is some Jerry Springer type stuff,
right,
man.
Exactly. It's like, okay, I'll let you drive, but you got to ask me, is Bill Wyman's son, if you can do the Bill Wyman test, then you can drive. Which, of course, nobody could ever do it, even if you're alive. Let's go to Nick in Virginia. Nick, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. Before you hang up on me, you never defined a chronic caller. Now, I've called you before.
I think you just did.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, by first of all, the level of excitement, the inspiration that this call has triggered, the level of almost ennui, if not soporific boredom. I think you pretty much have decided what the problem is. Because the problem with the chronic caller is not so much that it's a repeat, if it's good. It's the idea of expected, entitled. The chronic caller thinks that somehow, look, this is my show, not yours, and you should be happy to have me, and it's me, and you love me, and you know my name, and I call on a regular basis. And when I call up, I'll normally refer to something I said a week ago or 3 days ago. It just sucks the life out of the room. It's the turd in the punch bowl. That's kind of what a chronic is. But go ahead.
Well, I would never do that to you. I worship you.
Well, thank you. I worship you as well. But you have called before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
and I couldn't wait a whole year.
Okay.
just for the record, it was about a month ago.
There you go. That's fine. That's fine.
All right. So anyway,
Yes.
regarding the sandwich assault in D.C.
The sandwich assault. Okay.
Yes, sir. If it wasn't for the mayonnaise and the mustard, it would have just been a misdemeanor.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Kind of a condiment aggravating factor. Nick, you have a
sir.
wit. You have a wit. A rapier wit. It's dangerous. Please don't ever abuse it.
Well, I won't. But there's another thing that has been going on in D.C., and that's Trump removing the homeless people.
Yes.
Now, we don't know where they're going,
Do you care?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You care? You care where they're going?
Yes, sir, because this might be a slow process to institute the Sorbent Green New Deal.
Soylent Green are people?
Yeah.
You're
Soylent
saying
Green
that
New Deal.
Trump might be taking homeless people and pulverizing them into some kind of food stuff?
It's possible, and that would be a good product for the Mandavi markets.
Well, thank you so much. Mandavi. That's a wine family, the Mandavis. Let's go to David in Pennsylvania. David, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, I like Phil Collins and Peter Gabriel also. Great performers. You got good taste. You have a lot more interesting life than I do.
Well, that's obvious.
I don't know. It could be because you're married to Rachel. I'm single. She pushes you.
Okay. Nothing like having the wrong show, the wrong everything. I mean, absolutely. This is a level of cluelessness that transcends. But thank you very much. You might have the wrong show. And that's quite all right. You know what? And you're entitled. You're entitled to think that. Where do you go with it? Where do you go with it? And just for a second, I'm thinking, what? Jeff in Queens. Jeff, top that one, my friend.
Top that indeed. Lionel, I'm going to try to persuade you. Two factors about the sandwich. One, it was on tape, so the world saw it. And two, the guy was speaking so self-righteously, and we learned he was working in the DOJ.
I know.
No, I'm saying if it wasn't for that other factor, I mean, the video alone might have necessitated a response from somebody official, if not Pam.
Okay.
But, to say he's deep state, I think is legit because he was DOJ, and the things he said, his tone, we heard him for a good minute screaming in the most self-righteous...
You almost had me for a moment. You're pretty good.
Okay.
You almost had me there.
Oh, I really?
Yeah, almost had me there. Close, but not that close. Tom in the Bronx. Tom, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi, Lionel. I have to take exception with you. Let's put the guy throwing the sandwich in the courtroom, and he's the defendant, and he throws a sandwich at a judge. What do they do to him? They stick him downstairs in a holding pen?
Let me ask you a better one.
Right?
Let's say if during an open heart surgery, the doctor opens up his lunchbox and grinds into a grizzly pulp the sandwich into an open incision. That's equally as ludicrous. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But I like you, Tom. You know why,
But he
Tom?
doesn't show
You're
respect.
specious. You're inapposite. You're off the wall. But I appreciate that. And you recognize the
Let me
fact.
tell you a story.
See, this is the best one.
Please.
But you should say something like, "Yeah, what if that was your kid?" What? Just
No.
give the wrong reaction.
My mom, listen to me. My mom told me a story that my father, who was a bit of a bully, shook his finger in her face, almost to the point where he was threatening to hit her.
Mm-hmm.
And she said to him, "Bill, you better not touch me." And he touched the tip of her nose. And that was the line he crossed. She packed up, took the baby, went out to New Jersey, and waited 4 days with my father's aunt, who took her in, until he showed up with his father with his hat in his hand, apologized, and brought her back home. And he never raised a hand to her again.
Can you
And
imagine
that's
also
why-
in court if she was asked in court to demonstrate what he did to her, and he would have, for example, the emergency room of, well, he took his finger and touched the tip of my tongue, of my nose. I understand what you're saying. Sandwich Gate. Do we have that, Mr. Blaze, by any chance, that selection you just played for me right now? Is that possible? Can we do the before and after, the original one? As you know, we believe in plumbing the depths of all musical genres and forms for your edification, perusal, and review. And one of our favorites was a particularly soulful piece that was done by, I believe it was Gia Judice from, well, we got to wait for a second. I'm introducing it. Hang on a minute. Just a second. So anyway, so this was from the Real Housewives of New Jersey. And in one instance, one particular episode, Gia, who was I think 11 or 10 at the time, I think she's now in her late 40s because this was a while back, but she gave this very impassioned kind of a freeform rap thing, kind of a tremulous, quavering, concerned, frightened. It was kind of sad in a way, and people were listening to it, and I thought it was particularly soulful. So we found it through the magic of recordation, and now we can play it. It went something like this.
Waking up in the morning, thinking about so many things.
Yep.
I just wish things would get better. I'm trying to get rid of them, but nothing seems to stay the same.
I think we can all relate.
Woke up in the morning, doing my hair, makeup, getting my clothes on, walking into school, thinking of what is going to happen next. Oh, whoa,
Yo.
Things are just caught up in my mind.
I don't remember it being this
cannot get rid
complicated.
of them. I am worrying and worrying. I just cannot get rid of this. I cannot take chances. It is just too much.
I had no idea.
Waking up in the morning, going into school, worrying and worrying.
Oh my
It's
God!
just too much.
I think sometimes anxiolytics might be in order. Okay, so that was it. Now I know Tony, who was a master of American soul and funk. I defy you to find anybody from Marvin Gaye on who could anyway Prince, who could anyway mimic or capture that. Okay, so what happened was, how would you explain this, Mr. Blaze? You took that, and by virtue of, is it the magic of AI? Is that it? Put that into it to show you, because you might have heard what happened with Randy Travis, poor man whose voice removed via stroke, and they put together this new song. Well, we took Gia Judice, ran it through the bells and whistles and systems of tubes of AI, and got this. The great, whatever, like a Pink Floyd, great spirit, or whatever, and have it reduced to Gia Judice. Can you work backwards? Can I take, for example, Sgt. Pepper and reduce it through the reverse filter of what it would sound like if Gia did it? I am the walrus from her point of view. Think about it.
You probably could.
Why?
The problem is that you'd have to find a way. If you took her voice and made it so an AI has her voice, and then made her sing any song. Because they do that all the time. Like, if you go to YouTube, you'll find Michael Jackson singing Nirvana.
Right.
Like things like that. Or Michael Jackson or Nirvana or Kurt Cobain singing current songs.
Right.
Because somebody's made an AI voice of them and has them singing songs of today. Some of them are good, some of them are horrible. But so it's possible.
But in reverse.
Right.
To take complex and beauteous, like Papa Was a Rolling Stone by Gia Judice. Years ago, there was something where somebody actually did. And this was something, this was so funny, even saying it was funny. It was Everett Dirksen doing Wild Thing. just saying that made me laugh. And for those of you, ask your parents who Everett Dirksen was. Do you know how scary this is? Do you have any idea? If somebody says, give me a sample of something, and I'm off to the races. Remember, do not answer your phone. Do not answer your phone. The other day, I heard of this. It's not funny. I don't want to go into specifically who told me this, but he's in the middle of some pretty serious stuff and his phone's ringing, over and over from somebody, this is a pretty famous person, from somebody who was equally as famous. He says, why is he calling me over and over? Finally he says, what is it? The voice came on, and it sounded, like this person, but something was wrong, spewing the vilest sexual fantasies you've ever heard. He says, what is going on? Jerry, is this, well, it was AI. Somebody got it. Somebody ran through it. And I think they might have done something like a part of a radio. Remember they had the morning crew, the morning zoos. Remember those Russians who would get people on the phone? Anybody on the phone in the morning? It was a Russian radio morning zoo. They could get anybody on the phone, start war. Okay, this is a version of that. But do you realize if I could get, for example, your grandmother, get a couple of words, and I'll put together, maybe I can get some dialogue from The Devil and Miss Jones or I Am Curious Yellow, and having grandma or pawpaw. Anyway, I'm demented. I recognize this. All I'm saying to you is you are going to hear things are going to happen regarding AI and AGI that you never thought even remotely possible. Okay? Okay. Let's go to Brian. By the way, this sandwich gate is so terrific because it is one of the most stupid stories. It's a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, charge the guy with a felony. This is a person who used to work with the DOJ who threw a Subway sandwich. Now, I don't know. He used to work with the DOJ. In what capacity? What was he, a file clerk? Did he park cars? Was he in charge of the Civil Rights Division? I don't know. Nobody's telling us. But as you know, he was seen throwing a sandwich, a Subway sandwich. By the way, Juicy Smellit supposedly went out into Chicago in the middle of the night to get a Subway sandwich. So there's something about Subway and criminality. I'm not sure what it is. By the way, all bread made on premises. That's a big sign here in New York. In any event. So, of course, it's wrong. Charge him. But for Pam Bondi to say this is the deep state? Are you kidding me? Now, Brian is a first-timer. Brian is calling from a place called Sleepy Hollow. And he joins us right now. Brian, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Lionel. How are you?
Good, sir. Are you a retired agent?
I certainly am.
Thank you for your service. An FBI agent, FB1, as they say?
FB1?
Well, I heard FBI.
Okay, sure, yeah. I did almost 30 years.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. But I'm trying to, wrap my head around how do you don't think that this sandwich dude, now you didn't know what he did. He was a lawyer for
well,
DOJ,
they just said he worked for DOJ. Don't know what he did. They said he worked for the DOJ. Okay.
All right, he was a lawyer.
Okay.
37-year lawyer.
Okay.
And the man is clearly suffering Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay.
That is the definition of deep state. He's trying to subvert.
No.
Who ordered? Well, who ordered?
That's not the deep state. No. Come on, stop.
Well, wait a minute. The guy he threw the sandwich at was ordered onto the D.C. streets by Trump. Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
The agent.
Yeah.
I think he was a border patrol, whatever he was.
Right.
ICE agent.
Right.
Why was he out on the street? Because Trump said to get out there.
Correct.
Now, why would a guy a lawyer no less, jeopardize his job?
Oh, he's demented. He's demented and should be fired and charged.
He's demented. Well, of course, fired and charged, and then.
Do you think Bill Barr? Can you imagine Bill Barr announcing? Bill Barr, out of all, remember Pam Bondi, who completely just botched the Epstein case to the point of, whatever. You think this is her moment? This case? I'm not saying, but this is the deep state.
I hope you agree that he should be charged, and we need. You're a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm a little older than you.
Did you hear me say absolutely should be charged? Absolutely.
But then you want to be a deterrent. You want the next jacktard not to do this. So you make
charge him.
And he did. And then you announce it. And
to have. Let me tell you something. Let me try it again. Pam Bondi The Attorney General. The Attorney General. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you think J. Edgar Hoover would have ever said this? They would say, no, I am not going to go.
Don't get me started on J. Edgar Hoover. But Pam Bondi.
Oh, I was a big fan of Hoover. I was a big fan.
You were? Well, he was a closet guy. But look,
how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because he vacationed exclusively with a guy named
Clyde
Albert
Tolson.
or whatever.
No, Clyde Tolson.
Come on now. You ever see the pictures of them on the beat like lovey-dovey? You don't think? But that was
It was never lovey-dovey. It was never lovey-dovey. Abraham Lincoln slept in a bed with a man. Does that make him gay?
No, because he has children. And
wait a minute, gay people can't have children? Gay children? I mean, gay men do not have valid.
Yes.
You were an FBI agent and you think like this?
Are you woke, Lionel?
Are you seriously? You were an FBI agent?
Yes, two men can't have children. Do you understand? Do you have Trump derangement syndrome, Lionel?
Of course.
Do you like Trump or you don't?
Love him.
Do you like Trump? Yeah, I think you miss Kamala or something. Something's wrong here because
you are so. They gave you a gun. You had a gun. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're on a conservative radio station.
No, I'm not. I'm on a radio station. I'm on the best radio station in the world, and I've said repeatedly. Let me read you this. Let me read you this. Hang on a second there, tough guy. Hang on a second. This is Pam Bondi. Quote, this is her tweet. If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after you. This is the Attorney General. I just learned this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer, doesn't say what he did, no longer, capital letters. Not only is he fired, capital letters, he has been charged with a felony. This is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ. You will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement. Okay, that's fine. I'm all for it. I insist on this. She does a tweet like that? The deep state?
Any current employee for the federal government is now on notice. You better not try to thwart.
What does she do the next time, let's say, God forbid, an agent is really injured? I mean, bones broken. She's going to top this?
No, same thing.
You would have put. Let me get this straight. If you were the Attorney General or if you were Kash Patel, didn't even say anything about this. But you would have done this. You would have said this is the deep state a sandwich.
Yes. Jean Pirro. I live in Westchester County. That's where Sleepy Hollow is. Jean Pirro was our DA up here. She's tough as nails. Yes, I would. He needs a year and a day in jail. He'll think about.
You do know you are confusing the reaction on a tweet with charging him. He should not. He should be charged. He should be absolutely charged, imprisoned, whatever it is. But the Attorney General, on a sandwich.
The Attorney General is in charge of the mobilization.
The Attorney General is going to issue a tweet on a sandwich as opposed to get it done, have somebody, an underling, have somebody announce, whatever it is. But the Attorney General for a sandwich?
The Attorney General is now in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department.
You don't understand. You're missing it. You have missed everything I've said. You have missed everything I've said. You are confusing overreaction and the absolute comical overreaction from a woman who botched the Epstein case. You're confusing overreaction with not doing anything. Nobody is saying not to do anything. Nobody is saying he shouldn't be fired. Of course he should be fired and charged. Under the laws of our government, if you just brush a police officer, that's battery, even at the state level, battery in a law enforcement officer, with or without violence, absolutely zero tolerance. That is not the issue.
I learned that in law school, and so did you. The question is, what is your issue? That she's publicizing this?
No. Overreaction for the Attorney General for a sandwich.
Well, what do you mean overreact? The charges you agree with?
You're telling me. Tell me this is a rib. Tell me this is a rib. Tell me I have been played, and either you're the greatest actor in the world, but do not tell me you're serious, that you really don't understand what I'm saying. Tell me that.
No, I don't. I mean, wait a minute. the charges are legit. You agree with that?
You have missed everything I have said, and there is absolutely no hope with you. None.
No, you don't understand that she's in charge of the.
You are pointing out the obvious. You're missing the comical. Bill Barr would have said, "I am not going to put my name on a tweet to say that throwing a sandwich is the deep state." No, you have somebody announce his arrest. That's fine. I am the Attorney General, John Mitchell. I mean, just go down the list. Nobody would have done this except Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi looks like a fool.
Lionel, if she said that he has Trump derangement syndrome, would you object to that?
No. You're missing. Listen. Let's just do me a favor. Thank you for Brian. Brian, I don't know who you talk to during the day. I don't know the level of complexity of your life. I don't know how deep you handle issues. You have missed this completely.
Listen, Lionel, when I was in FBI, we had the after I retired, the head of the New York FBI was going against the DOJ and Trump. You can't have that.
We're not talking about that.
Well, yes, you are.
No, we're not talking about that. You're going to bring up like the great Jim Kallstrom would not have done that. That has nothing to do with it. Jim Kallstrom. Nobody. Okay, listen, Brian.
I got a picture on the wall with me and Jim Kallstrom looking right at it.
Brian, that's wonderful. Listen, I thank you for your call. You just don't get it.
And I don't think you get it.
And you don't have to understand it. And not everybody gets it. Not everybody. You don't have to. Not only, I mean, seriously. And you know what? I think it's time. I'm glad. Thank you for your service, but I am so glad you're out. It's childish. It's disrespectful. It's illegal. It is battery. Grounds for termination, and certainly grounds for charges being leveled. Absolutely, positively, 100%. You do not throw anything. Water, crumpled up newspaper, a styrofoam cup, nothing. You do not lay a hand, a finger, a feather on a law enforcement agent, period. But to inflate this pathetic food fight into proof of some grand deep state conspiracy, that's where the wheels come off. That's insanity. Pam Bondi's instincts for highlighting DOJ corruption aren't wrong. The department is riddled with examples of bias and selective prosecution and political targeting. Yeah. But a turkey on rye meltdown in the break room is not, one of those examples. I'm sorry. This is wrong. To elevate it to the level of this dilutes the serious cases of DOJ malfeasance. And I think it cheapens the argument. I mean, it's the difference between exposing Watergate and obsessing over who jammed the office copier. I mean, it's ridiculous. Great attorneys general, whether you like them or not, carrying themselves with gravitas, with a dignity and deportment. Think Robert Jackson, who later became a Supreme Court justice, or Bill Barr, who commanded respect even under fire. I'm sorry. Granted, later on he had his moments, but there was a demeanor. John Mitchell. My God, just go down to even Merrick Garland, who was one of the worst, but he had at least I don't want to say kind of like the kind of the professorial exterior or affect, if you will. They didn't waste credibility on trivialities that belong, in an HR file, not a press conference. Remember, this is a crime. Should have been charged. Let somebody announce it. But the Attorney General, and let's be honest, Pam Bondi right now is already a polarizing figure. She didn't intend to be, but she became one because of how she waded into this Epstein debacle. But for her to lean on this sandwich-tossing clown as Exhibit A of deep state rot is beneath her. And it makes the larger fight against the DOJ corruption even look more unserious. So yes, the employee was wrong, should be fired, should be charged. Absolutely. There's no doubt about this. But for her to weigh in with this anger at 30 past the hour. This anger, this fist shaking, this fervor, this perfervid, this furious nature, and the deep state. And this goes to show you the vile, infectious rot of come on. Somebody, seriously, if you can't see this job ain't for her. Okay? Now, let's be honest with you. Can you imagine somebody at that level? You would again charge her, but the attorney general, the stuff you announce, you only talk about things like espionage, big cases brought against Hillary Clinton. Okay, the biggest, the worst. You talk about you are the attorney general, and this is an example of the deep state. Nah. Paulie in Brooklyn, Paulie, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, it's Corey. Sorry, I must have been speaking a little bit rough line voice there.
I'm going to call you Paulie, whether you like it or not, because I like Paulie better than Corey. Corey Wells from Three Dog Night, one of the greatest. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can call me Susan if it makes you happy, Lionel. So I guess maybe Trump and the Trump team, they cleaned up the streets of D.C. They've taken all of the guns off the streets. Well, I mean, you're not allowed to have guns there, so now people are attacking with sandwiches. This is the next level crime or something.
Well, but the thing is, you shouldn't, there's no doubt about that. You know, Antifa oftentimes would throw, believe it or not, cans of soup, which they would hurl, which becomes a very serious projectile. They would take bottled water, and they would frozen water. They would do a lot of things, and these missiles become deadly. There's no doubt about that at all. 100%. That's not
100%.
what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, and what we're missing, is not the sandwich, but the attorney general. I would have said, you don't wake me unless it's big. I announce espionage prosecutions. I announce maybe if they were to find Hillary Clinton charge, but not this. But for our last caller, retired FBI, to think that this was fascinating, to think that I'm saying there is no charge, he shouldn't be charged, goes to show you a very serious disconnect sometimes over the obvious. Now get ready. I smell a good one here. Gail in Manhattan. Gail, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi. I'm tired of you going on about this sandwich thing. You are the one missing the point. They're making such a big deal of this because it's visually striking, and it's a very obvious symbol of the hypocrisy of the deep state. Here's this Department of Justice employee physically assaulting an ICE officer. The sandwich is symbolic, it's visual, it's simple, it gets attention, but that's why they're focusing on it. You're the one missing the point. I'm tired of you going on like you're so superior.
I am to you. You missed the point again.
No, you
have missed the point again.
No, I've heard everything.
You have not understood anything. You don't understand anything. You've missed
the point. I don't want to argue with you. I have another point to make.
I want to argue with you.
Why are you going on about Bill Barr?
I want to go on with you.
About Bill Barr. It turns out
Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking? Are you drunk?
No, I wish I had. I've been listening to you.
No. Why are you listening to me? Why are you harming yourself? Why are you suffering?
Good point.
You sound like you are rattled.
You're annoying.
Do you normally? Is this you call up strangers?
Shut up. You don't give people a chance. Go to hell.
Hang up. Come on. There we go. Would you please call? Would you put that, Mr. Blaze, in the file? Thank you so much. And I hope my friend is listening. Remember we had the master's degree woman call it? This is the greatest in the world. You know what it's like to have somebody to be able to reach into their heart and to cause them such consternation that they call at 2:35 in the morning. And imagine being a neighbor and you're hearing, why is this woman screaming? Who is she talking to? It's a man on the radio. Why? I don't know. That's your Aunt Gail. You know how she gets. She gets into the cooking sherry and, well, she gets a little upset. She misunderstands the whole thing. Nobody is talking. Again, I'm going to say, she says, why are you talking about it? Because of morons like you. Let me try this again. It's a very simple thing. You should charge the person. Got it. You should have somebody, maybe an underling, announce this. Yes. But the attorney general uses a sandwich by a DOJ employee as the deep state? Oh, my God. And now, if you don't understand that, I don't know what, I mean, it's one of those things where maybe it's like a learning disability. It's like something you can't cross it. Maybe some people, maybe it's like there's a form of deafness or blindness, a certain frequency of understanding, a certain wavelength. You just can't see it. You just can't perceive it. And it's not your fault. And yet, people are thinking that I'm saying, let it go. Eduardo in Tampa. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yeah, Lionel, first-time caller on your show, but I agree with you 100%.
Are you really in Tampa? Are you at Tampa? Are you at Tampeño? Seriously?
Oh, yeah, this ex-Mexican-American from Chicago who was there 54 years.
And you're in Tampa now?
Yep, relocated 2 years.
What part of Tampa are you? What part do you live in? Roughly.
I'm on near Busch Gardens.
Okay, I know that area well. You know, I'm a second generation Tampeño. I know it well.
Yeah. You mentioned that.
I knew it very, very well. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, this is so beneath somebody like that, or even who's the one that used to be on Fox?
Janine Pirro.
Right.
Eduardo, thank you. Thank you for saying that it's beneath you to I mean, they haven't said anything out of all the, do you know all the indictments, all the charges of the most serious level, even in the Southern District here of New York to begin with. And this is when you weigh in on a sandwich? This is what got your attention? I'm glad you understand.
Can I add something here?
Eduardo, you know what the best part is? You understand it, and you're a Mexican. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Can I add something here before I get off here?
Certainly.
Because I know the big meeting is today, and I wouldn't have set up this meeting, especially in Alaska. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would have had Mr. Putin go into California or some other.
Well,
yeah, because they're making a forward investment in Ukraine. I don't see anything where, okay, we're about to end this little Ukraine thing, which I don't support. I actually support kicking Nicolas Maduro's ass from Venezuela.
No, I don't either. That's no, absolutely not. No way.
Yeah,
we're telling countries what to. We tried that anyway. Mm-hmm. But they're apparently you would think this is very easy, very convenient for Mr. Putin. And our president's got to fly. He's got to schlep to Alaska. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You think but they're trying to suggest that by virtue of its propinquity to the Bering Strait, blah, blah, blah. I mean, now, Eduardo, you bring up something which is very important.
Uh-huh.
There are some things which I think if you and I were in charge of the world, we would sit there and say, you do know that there are a lot of people, Eduardo, that we don't like. A lot of people that we don't particularly care for, but we don't have jurisdiction. It's not in our best interest to go and tell a lot of countries what they can and can't do. We just can't do this, even though we don't like them. There's a lot of people who don't like them. I'd love to throw Macron out of France, but I can't. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you something. Yeah. You're from Mexico, correct?
Well, my parents are, but I was born with my younger brother in Chicago.
Okay, Chicago. Okay, fine. Yeah. What do you think when you hear people talk about immigration and Mexico? What is your take on this? Because let me tell you something right now. If somebody snapped their fingers and every Mexican in New York City disappeared, the city would stop. It would stop. It would freeze. I'm telling you. I don't understand. I understand, cartels. Not everybody's with the Sinaloa cartel. Not everybody. Right. Listen, I'm not suggesting you come here and you break the law either. We do have rules. But what do you as a Mexican American kind of think when you hear this? Do you think our sense of balance and perspective needs to be tweaked a tad?
Yeah. I mean, I'm proud to be an American. My father would talk about Douglas MacArthur. I'm a proud American, so yeah.
Well, listen, Eduardo, I thank you. By the way, you're near Busch Gardens. Is Mel's Hot Dog still there off of Busch?
Oh, yeah, Busch. Yeah, it is. Yeah, check you out. Yeah, you know this place. Yeah,
I know it. Make sure right there on 42nd Street.
We got to grab a beer, Lionel.
Yes, make sure you tell Mel Lone that Lionel said hello. He's a dear friend of mine. Now, do you ever go to around Ybor City?
We'll do, yeah.
Do you ever get around Ybor and you get the Cuban sandwiches or Boliche Boulevard?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go to Brandon tomorrow because I'm going to do special election training. They're doing training for the election. I'm going to be a judge.
Really?
So I got to go to Brandon tomorrow.
Oh, very good. All right, my friend. Yeah. Listen, please.
Okay,
now,
Lionel,
how are you listening?
Yeah.
Eduardo, how are you listening to us and why? To what do we owe this honor from you in Tampa? How are you listening?
Well, I'm listening on iHear, but check this out before I jump off.
Yes.
I after COVID and George Floyd, I wanted to listen to people's reaction post-COVID, post-George Floyd. Mm-hmm. So I listened to your station and then an LA station, which I don't know if I should mention, but unless you want me to.
No, John.
I don't knows which. KFI.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I'm just fascinated by how people listen and how people. I love that's the beautiful part about quote syndication, but by virtue of apps and by virtue of different ways of doing it, you are syndicated by necessity. Anyway, Eduardo, muchísimas gracias, señor.
Gracias. Yeah. Have a good weekend.
Don't ever change. I mean that sincerely. Hasta los huevos. Okay, you got it. Hasta los huevos. That's a pun. And de nalgas. It's a pun. You get that one? Let me go to this one first before we forget. Let's go to a person by the name of, now you're sure this Paul Gambino? Is this the name? You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, good morning, Lionel. I have an opinion about the sandwich, if you don't mind.
I can't wait.
If they don't make an example out of the sandwich thrower, the next guy's going to feel empowered to throw a rock or a fist or a knife.
Nobody is saying make an example out of him. Absolutely. Throw the book at him. Nobody's arguing against that. You understand that, right?
100%.
What I'm saying is when the Attorney General hasn't said anything about espionage, child trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, interstate.
In other words, there are bigger things
bigger
to
fish to fry. Exactly. When you talk about fentanyl and opioid trafficking, not a peep. But to heave a sandwiches, come on. The Attorney General, I would have said, this is beneath me. Let somebody else do it. Maybe the Assistant Attorney General. But not me. I do big stuff. And if you can't understand that, there's just no hope. This, early in the morning, probably alone, maybe in a bathrobe, slipping around, hiding, probably has her bottles hidden. Family members right now saying, is she okay? Calls for help. In any event, let's go back to the phones. Paulie in Westwood. Paulie, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, I get it. I know exactly what you mean. That woman, Gail, is going to be. They're so far left. It's ridiculous.
No, it's not
ridiculous. She didn't get.
Well, she's not. I don't think she. I don't think she's left. I don't think that's it. I think she's just gone.
Yeah, I think she was just far left. My cousin is like that.
No. Stop for a second. Wait a minute. Stop for a second.
Okay.
She was upset. Oh, if she was left, she would have thought that the reaction, that somehow the sand. I can't believe I'm still talking about this. Anyway, if she were left,
I know you mean.
She would have argued that the sandwich throwing was acceptable or deserved. I never said that. I'm talking about the reaction from the Attorney General. That's it.
Right.
Can you imagine if, for example, if somebody said, You know, we have a break room here, and there's a rule. Somebody put enough. There's a sign that says we have like a Keurig, you know, one of those things, and it said, make sure that you always don't leave one of those little pods in there. Hit that, remove it or flip it over into this bin. There's a sign. It just says a sign. Do not leave an empty coffee cartridge in this. Now, can you imagine if the chairman of the board, the big guy, comes down and screams and says, who left this pod in here? It's like the strawberries with the cane mutiny. You would say, oh my God, this is what he's concerned about? The big guy over a coffee pot? That's it. It's not that it's not wrong. It's that you would think perspective. You wouldn't demean yourself with that. That's all. I think you understand.
That's like John Catsimatini cleaning up the hallway.
That's exactly. If Mr. Catsimatidis came down and said, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. I mean, you know, you would think he said, I've got bigger fish to fry. I'm going to have somebody else do it. You know, like maybe Mr. Atwood or somebody like that. That would make more sense. Paulie, aside from that, where is Westwood?
In Bergen County, next to Paramus.
And what do you do, Paulie? What do you do?
I'm retired, bro. I'm retired.
Everybody's retired.
I'm 61 years old. I'm married to a 27-year-old, and I love life.
Wait a minute.
Through 9/11.
You're 61. Hang on a minute. Hang on. For some reason, we all talk on top of each other, and I want to get to the bottom of it. This is very interesting. You're saying you're retired at 61 years old. What did you do?
I worked at 9/11. I got cancer.
Oh.
Got really sick.
Oh.
I met a girl. She was 20. She was 20 at the time, and she took care of me. As sick as I was, like, you get a girl that just break your ass, you got to keep her. And we had nothing. Then I got my settlement. I gave her every dime of it, and we were so happy together. And plus, I get my disability check. I'm happy in life. I sit outside. I just came in from watering my flowers.
Well, I'm glad to know.
I'm hungry. She'll get up, she'll make me a full dinner. That's how wonderful of a girl. She's black, I'm white. She's the most beautiful thing in the world.
And Paulie, I'm glad to know. I know this is not the type of, when you say settlement, this is not like winning the lottery. What you had to suffer, what you had to go through, you wouldn't wish that on anybody. But I'm glad at least to know that somebody, at least you're able to kind of slow down and to enjoy the best parts of life. And I appreciate that, Paulie. And I wish you nothing but the best, sir.
Thank you, Lionel.
Thank
really
you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Call me again. I mean that. Isn't that nice? Let's go to Jeff in Missouri. Jeff, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, Lionel, how you doing?
Good, sir. Are you a first-time caller?
But I did call one other time.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah. I mean, just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, I appreciate it. No, I just I drive truck overnight, and I picked you up on a AM station, and then I found you on iHeart, so I listened to you on that.
Okay.
But boy, you're getting your jobs busted tonight over this.
I love it more than you can imagine. The other night, I think I told you this story. We have a relative in the family. She's never heard me before. And she said one time, I just happened to tune in. She called in the other night when this bat called up, and she was screaming about she has a master's degree, and she said I mispronounced words, but she couldn't remember what it was, and I was wrong about something, and she couldn't remember what it was. She was just a battle axe, just some Harridan, some Cerberus from the hounds of hell. Anyway, so it was like, it was good too. It was very good. She goes, wow. I hope if there is truly a God, this same relative tuned in tonight with Gail, that gassed windbag who calls up at 2:30 screaming at me. I mean, to think that I can inspire that much anger over some stupid story.
It's just amazing to me how people don't. Well, excuse me for interrupting.
No,
how people don't listen very well.
Now, Jeff, tell me about yourself. You're a truck driver?
Yeah.
What do you haul? Is that what you call it? What do you haul?
Yeah, I got a load. I take line haul of pharmaceuticals every night.
Ooh, you're my kind of guy. Hello. Anything special?
Yeah.
Anything good or low
None
blood
of my
pressure?
Business. I just haul it. I don't. I lock it up. I secure the load. I take it to where it goes, and I leave it with them.
Yeah, but come on, don't you ever just say, "I'm wondering what I'm hauling."
I'm sure it's good stuff.
I got a load of pharmaceuticals. Here comes Jeff with a load.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff, this also concerns me. I hope that any thoughts or threats of trucks going autonomous, I hope that is not going to be in the offing for any time soon, because the human interaction of what you do. Can you imagine having your rig completely humanless, without any human, no judgment, just some onboard computer AI system? I mean, that's frightening.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, hopefully I'm retired before any of that comes to real actionable consequence.
Jeff, how far do you drive?
I do about 3,200 miles a week, so about 650 miles a night.
Wow. How much a night?
650.
A night. Wow. Now,
A night. Yeah.
What is the worst place to travel? When you find out you're going to this one place, you think, oh, no. Where is it?
I'm lucky. I go to the same place every night, so.
That's it?
Yeah.
You don't
I'm lucky that way.
You don't want to mix it up sometime and say, "Hey, I'll take another route. I'll go someplace. I'll go a different." It's the same thing every night.
Well, yeah, I take different routes here and there,
Okay.
but typically it's I go to Kansas City every night. So
Kansas, that's terrific. Kansas City, here I come.
good
They got a
people.
crazy little woman, and I'm gonna meet me some or something. Anyway, listen, Jeff, I thank you for your work. Remember, if you've got it, a truck brought it, and I mean it. God bless the truck driver.
absolutely.
All right, my friend. Please call me
Amen to that.
again.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, sir. Isn't it nice? We went from this battle axe gale, this to these very nice people. Somewhere it makes me think. You know what? Yeah, I got to tell you. Every night, I always think, okay, I'm going to talk about this. I have a couple of ideas, but I realize I throw it away because you'll say something that somebody will misunderstand, something that will be taken the wrong way. And then I realize, I wonder why, for example, why do people in New York not understand Mamdani? Why do they not understand how dangerous? Then I realize, by virtue of some of these callers, they don't get that either. It's kind of interesting. I never really get angry. I swear to you, in my life, I've heard people say some pretty stupid things on people that I know and maybe on TV. I've never, ever thought, I am so angry, I'm going to call this poor schmuck at 2:30 in the morning and scream at him because of what he said about throwing a sandwich. Do me a favor. If you ever see me do that, shoot me. It's okay. I'm signing a waiver. That means I will have lost all connection with reality. All connection. And one more thing. This is bothering me. Every year I look forward to corn, Jersey corn. This is one of the few things. And Jersey, the tomatoes I haven't been paying attention to. What is with the corn this season? Remember Produce Pete on NBC, Channel 4? I love Produce Pete. I just loved him. He would talk about kumquats or whatever the hell it was. But this year is just, I went to Stu Leonard's recently. I'm thinking, Stu, because his name is Stu, what is this? Well, sometimes it's from Florida. I don't care where it is. What is this? Is this climate? Is Greta Thunberg? I remember sometimes the corn is just so lush. It's like, oh my God. Because I throw it in the microwave for 4 minutes, cut it special, it pops right out. not a shred of silk anywhere. It's perfect. It's the best way to cook. I know if you have a grill too, but this year I'm looking at these the little, not the niblets or whatever, the kernels, I should say. They're horrible. I am in a funk over this. I haven't tried the tomatoes yet, okay, for my lycopene. That I'm not familiar with because the Jersey tomatoes there's the first time I ever had those. That in upstate Orange County stuff, I thought, come on, you're making a big deal. Not even close. They're that good. But if anybody can tell me also, where is the corn? Please. I got a weekend ahead. The missus and I want to fuel up the Yugo. It's a stretch, by the way. And hit the highway. And I'll go anywhere for some great corn. Can you help me out? Watch out, though, or I'll throw it at you. I just happened to look up. I've got these, oh my God, I got these screens everywhere because I turned it off in here. And I look, and a very, very popular cable news show was still talking about Sydney Sweeney and the jeans. Now look, you're going to have to let go of that, okay? I understand it. White girl, blonde, got it. I understand it. But please, for the love of God, let it go. Let me remind you something, too. If you'd like to reach me, and I appreciate this, Lionel.news. That's for you can email me, you can get the newsletter, you can do all this kind of fun stuff. Lionel.news. That's it. And this is the Friday version. And there's so much. I'm a little surprised. I thought for sure everybody would understand this silly story about the guy who throws the sandwich. I thought, it's obvious. Listen, throw the guy, throw the book at him. But why would Pam Bondi suggesting, this is the deep state? Everybody's going to understand that. Wrong. I had a 30-year FBI retired said, no, it's wrong. What's next? A rock? I said, I'm not saying not to charge him. I'm saying, and realized, oh my God, there's something so wrong in terms of perspective. In any event, that's one thing. I got to tell you a story that I happened to hear, which I thought was one of the funniest stories. I just heard this. I just happened to be doing one of these, I don't know what you want to call it, these random kind of shorts you get on YouTube and the like. Apparently there was a military, I forget what it was, maybe Delta Force, Special Forces, SEALs, whoever it was. And they were working with a joint group of Gurkhas. The Gurkhas are, of course, Nepalese army, but the Gurkhas are the most fierce Nepalese soldiers, world-renowned for toughness. The Gurkhas are the baddest ass. I mean, the Gurkhas are the toughest. So what they did was they were looking for volunteers. They had like 200 volunteers to jump out of a plane. They said, we're looking for volunteers to jump out of a plane. You got it? Okay, good. And out of the 200, only 5 said, I'll do it. Out of 200, the toughest fighting in the world, only 5 agreed to it. So somebody asked, why? Why only 5? And somebody explained later on, they didn't understand you'd have parachutes. So that means 5 people actually agreed to jump out of a plane without a parachute. Those are the crazy, but absolutely nuts. Our number is 800-848-9222. By the way, apparently when we're doing our stories about Gail, we're also having a special feature. If you recognize any of these lunatic bats who call up and they are a member of your family, let us know how we can help, because we're going to be offering counseling services, perhaps maybe some inpatient review, because some of the people that we've talked to are very frightening. And I found from Mr. Blaze that apparently he himself was the victim of Gail's wrath, who always ends with "go to hell." So it's not just me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a man that we go to, a voice of passivity, a man of the cloth, Amos Moses. I'm sorry, that's Jerry Reed. His name is Father Joseph. He's in Pearl River. Father Joseph, on behalf of a grateful nation, we need your calm, your countenance, your solemnity, sir. Welcome to the other side of midnight, sir.
Well, what an introduction.
Thank you. Well, you deserve it.
Thank you. You want to find out where to get some corn?
Yes.
All right, you got to come up to Pearl River.
Okay. And? That's it?
All right. Well, there's a little Korean market of mostly fruits and vegetables. It has some other things too, but mostly fruits and vegetables. If you come up to the middle of Pearl River where the ShopRite is, it's in a little strip mall that's just catty corner from ShopRite. It's right on the corner.
Now, how do they have corn that is not this miniaturized, pathetic, paltry, anemic kind of, this anorexic looking corn? What?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know. I didn't ask them where they got it, but I just know that they have it.
Now, another thing, too, is you got to be careful. There is some corn which is very good, and that is, of course, GMO corn, and that is not good. Especially a BT corn, which expresses it expresses an insecticide. Yeah. It's actually not good. So there are some, and also in our hood, every year we have these folks, and I don't know if they're it must be Central American. I don't know where they're from, but they have corn in colors and sizes I have never seen before. They are because of the diversity of it. These are heirloom, heritage strains of corn, maize, that is so incredible. But anyway, that's another story. Father, let me ask you a question. Whenever you are speaking or you are engaged in a homily, have you ever come across an old bat like one of these Gales who stand up and shake their fist at you and yell, "Go to hell"? Has that ever happened during one of your services?
Not during a service, but I've had some parishioners, raise their voice to me.
Oh,
not in church.
Over what?
Ridiculous things.
But you are, one would say, you are the cleric. You are the man. That your word kind of goes. What would I possibly be arguing with you about? I don't understand.
I mean, my latest was a woman that obviously has some mental issues.
Uh-huh.
I actually had to call the Orangetown police to come and move her from the property.
What was her subject of contretemps? What exactly did she object to?
Okay, well,
I mean, we don't want to divulge any specifics, but just general.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like revolved. Everybody knows what goes on. She harasses parishioners.
Uh-huh.
She, is very intrusive. She's a foreigner.
Uh-oh.
And
straniero. Okay.
Yeah, from Eastern Europe, and she doesn't have an understanding of personal space. She harasses parishioners, constantly, and even asks them for money.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different story. Yeah, she's trying to put the arm on these people, and that's not. Yeah, that's. One of the things I got to ask you something. When you walk around, do you wear your not your vestments, but do you wear your collar? Do you ever wear civvies? Do you ever just say, you know what, I'm going to wear mufti. I'm just going to go out. I don't want people to know. I just want to be a civilian. Or do you always walk around with your priest garb on, or whatever you want to call it?
Mostly with my priest garb, because I'm not only a priest, I'm also a monk.
Okay. Oh, wait. Now, what's the difference? Now, wait. What's the difference? What is a monk versus a priest? I know it may sound silly to you, but I don't understand.
Not all not all priests are monks, and not all monks are priests, but I happen to be both.
Now, what is a monk?
Okay, a monk gets tonsured.
What does that mean? That's your hair? That's your hair that...
You get your hair cut in a special ritual with special prayers, and you take vows of celibacy, of chastity, of poverty, and obedience.
Boy, you're winning me over. You are winning me over. You got to cut a hole in give me a bad haircut, and then anything anything worth living, I've got to swear against it. Sign me up, sir. And do I have to wear sandals?
When you're tonsured, sandals are part of the official monastic habit.
Now, why?
Well, I guess they show humility.
But, okay. Now, what if you're naturally tonsured? What happens if you have that particular not piebald? That's different. That means colored. But what if you have that naturally? Do they insist upon it? I'm just curious. Do they say, I got to cut something around it?
If there's nothing to cut, usually there's something. Even guys that are bald usually have a little bit of fringe somewhere.
What does the tonsure indicate? What does it mean? What is the symbol of it?
Submission.
But of all the things to say, now listen, when God or somebody said, listen, I need something. Any ideas? Sideburns? Nope. How about half a beard? No, that's stupid. I got it. Let's shave the top of the head. There you go. Oh, and Birkenstocks. Now, can I wear socks, or do you have to be barefoot as well to show the full humility?
No, we usually wear socks.
Okay. Now,
nobody wants to see your nasty toes.
That's right. So anyway, so here you are. You're a young man, and you say, "All right, what are you going to do?" "All right, Lord, why me, Lord? I'm calling, God. Okay, don't do anything worth living. Poverty, chastity. You got to give up humor, interest, any kind of amusement. You swear."
I was 35 when I became a monk, and I had already been a priest for 4 years.
But I got to ask you something. What possibly? When I went to a Jesuit high school. And when in our last year when he graduated, we had all these people come and they wanted us to become priests or whatever it was. And I said, I don't think so. But there was this one fellow, and he came, and these were, the Jesuit Society of Jesus, all that stuff. And one guy said, "Now listen, this is where I lived. I'm from Houston, blah, blah, blah. This was my girlfriend. This is where I lived. He was with the oil company. And I gave all this up to be a priest. And if any of you want to meet with me," we sat in this office, and I was the only one to go see him. And he says, "Oh, are you interested?" I said, "No, I have to ask you a question. Why? I'm 17 years old. I cannot wait to get out in the world. I really don't know much about anything, but I have an idea of what I'm looking forward to." And right at the peak of my, you want me to forswear, and what? Why would you do this? Why can't I serve the Lord and still drive an? It fascinates me.
You can. Not everybody is called to monasticism. Not everybody's called to priesthood. Listen, my plan in life was to be a millionaire. I was going to go into business. I was going to make a lot of money, but the Lord had different plans for me. And when the Lord calls you, you better answer. And,
Now I'm going to ask the dumbest question in the world, okay? I'm going to ask a stupid question. How do you know the Lord's calling you? It's not a delusion. What if you say, "Sorry, wrong number. Sorry, Lord. No. This is a false positive here. I'm getting a lot of times." What was that moment where you said, I'm actually being called"? What was it? When was it?
Well, I don't want to make myself sound like some kind of a saint or something. I mean,
I would. I would if I were you. I'd be Saint Joseph. The most gullible saint in the world. Make yourself out to be a saint. Tell me your story. I'm curious. I want to know.
Oh, I wanted to study theology. I've always been interested in theology. And so I went to seminary because where else are you going to study theology?
That's true.
And so, I told everybody I was going to seminary. I'm going to be a priest because they just automatically assume that's what you're going to do. But in the back of my mind, I just really wanted the theological education. And I thought, maybe in the time that I'm at seminary, I'll feel, like more of a call or, that this is what the Lord wants me to do. And, I'll make a decision further down the line. I hadn't decided the day that I entered seminary, I am definitely going to be a priest. I was open to.
What about divinity school? That's like me saying, I want to have a nice exercise program. I'm going to join the Marines. It's like and maybe during the course of my jogging routine, then maybe I'll catch on to this Marine. I mean, couldn't you have just done the theological route without giving yourself over? I'm not chiding you because of it. I'm just fascinated.
No, I did because when you go to seminary, you're not already making a vow or a commitment or anything. You're just in school.
There you know what? Listen, Father, I appreciate it. To be continued. I thank you for your service, to your calling and the like. And the missus and I are going to make our way. I'm telling you, to one of your services, and I'm going to stand up in the middle of it, and I'm going to yell, "Oh no, you don't!" And then you'll know exactly who it is. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
All the best to you. Our number is 800-848-9222. 800-848-9222. I'm still thinking about the Gurkhas. 200 says, we're not going to jump out of a plane, but 5 said, we'll do it. Those are the baddest ass people. They didn't even know they would have parachutes. That is a great story. More coming up. All right, my friends, back at the phones, back to the fun. Let's go to Joanne in New Jersey. Joanne, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, I wonder if you might agree with me about the connection between the deep state, the killings of George Floyd, and John Lennon, using whatever today's version is of MK Ultra.
Well, I don't know if that's technically deep state. That's a different story. Well, deep state.
Whatever you want to call it.
It's more like, I've always thought that if ever there was a case where I had to believe, or put it this way, if ever there was a case where I would not be surprised that MK Ultra was involved, it would be John Lennon and also Bobby Kennedy, because of Sirhan Sirhan, who said, "I don't remember anything. I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about." That would not surprise me, but I can't prove. I'm sorry, I can't. I didn't mean to cut you off. I can't prove it. Pete on Staten Island. Pete, you're live.
Corn on the cob. I'm the guy that goes out and gets it at 12 o'clock at night. And I graduated to the small kernels now that I'm having trouble with my teeth. And that I enjoy. But I cook it up with a little bit of milk and sugar in it to make it nice and tender. Sometimes a little vinegar, too. So, yes.
Where I don't like the little... Where is that great Jersey corn last year? What is this crap? What happened? I don't understand. It's got to be somewhere. Maybe I'm going to the wrong place. Stu Leonard's never lets me down. I love that place.
I know. I've been going to, believe it or not, ShopRite.
That's what I was thinking, too. I did that also, and I'm thinking,
I go to the one in Jersey. I go over in Bayonne because the one at Staten Island, it's like dried up when I get in there.
You know what
I grab the one from the bottom.
You know what I do? I can tell right away. I can pick up the corn and I squeeze it. I look at it. I can feel it. I do not, and I throw them into my bag, and that's it. Why these people sit there and shuck them and all this stuff, I don't understand it. Take them home with you. Remember, one of the greatest ways to do corn on the cob is 3 minutes. I do 4 minutes in the microwave, in the husk, in everything. Got it? It's just 4 minutes. High. And wait till it cools off a little bit. And at the thickest part, the thick where the stem is, slice it right there and just squeeze it. It just pops out. Not a strand of silk. It is beautiful. It is beauteous. I look forward to it. And this year, I'm thinking if that's as bad as it gets, I'm doing pretty well. Andrew in Chicago, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, Lionel. It's funny you talking about this topic because I went to the grocery store today, and the same thing. The corn is about the size of carrots, very small. So I called a friend of mine who has an uncle who's got a farm in southern Illinois.
May I stop you for 1 second? May I stop you 1 second? 30 past the hour. Thank you very much. I've got to say that or else people go crazy. Go ahead, sir.
So I have a friend of mine who's got an uncle who's got a farm in southern Illinois. He grows a version of corn, sweet corn called mirai. And normally it's huge, but I don't know what the weather's been like out in the East Coast by you, but here in Illinois and Chicago, we've had already 28 days of 95-degree plus weather. So the corn is stressed out and it's just not growing. And as he was telling me, his uncle's corn is just, it's just not exactly what you're saying. Small kernels, it's just not popping up like it because of drought. It's just really been horrible here. I don't know what it's been like out by you.
And there's something about, we are so lucky. Being from Florida, we have Florida corn, Florida tomatoes, and blah, blah, blah. And the first time I heard about Jersey tomatoes, I said, okay, all right. You're making a big deal out of them. Oh, my God. I had 1 year, I had literally, where I lived outside my door, a farmer's market, right there. And they used to come on this one place from Orange County, black, dirt, onion, New York, upstate. And it counts. It's the same as Jersey, but still, it's New York, but technically. And I've never seen, I had it. I must have had like lycopene poisoning. I went crazy. There is nothing like vegetables. And since I am plant-based by design, they mean a lot to me. And it's the most wonderful thing in the world. There is a proof, I think there is a God when you look at Jersey tomatoes and corn. Rusty in Queens. Rusty, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Oh, yeah. I was going to talk about Gail.
You were going to talk about her, or you are going to talk about her?
I like to talk about her.
Why?
Why? Because she wasn't a bad woman. The other broad that started last week, she was a real whack job. But Gail, she was all right.
She was all right?
Yeah.
How do you know this?
The way she was talking. So she told you to go to hell. What's the big deal? She don't realize she can't win with a guy like you.
Well, Rusty, I appreciate that. I think we're kind of belaboring the point, but that's fine. No problem. No problem with that. I got to tell you something. The thing that I loved the most in the old days, and by the way, whenever I hear Rusty, I think of Frank Fontaine, Crazy Guggenheim. You know that? It's weird. Anyway, the thing I used to love the most about what talk radio is really about is a combination of a lot of things. Number one, the incredible sapience of the host or hostess, or I don't know if you say hostess, and this wonderful blending of people as they call up. And sometimes you get a hit, sometimes you get a miss, but anybody who doesn't take calls, it's a waste of time. Rush Limbaugh rarely took calls, and he was a unique talent because I think you kind of wanted to talk to him. I cannot, believe me, I like a combination of both. I know some people who never can take calls because they don't like people. And you have to kind of like people in a way to take calls. You really do. Some people just do not like people. And if you don't like people, then it becomes obligatory and you can tell. So what I like to do in the last hour and a half, because this is smooth sailing, we used to call them open phones, but this is ventilation. What I'd like you to do for me is simply this. I want you to call up 800-848-9222. 800, or as my mother would say, 1-800-848-9222. And whatever it is that is annoying the holy out of you, I want to hear it. Ventilate. Let it out. It can be it's Friday. I don't care. You don't care. It's the end of the week. And you may have said, this may seem trivial. It's not trivial at all. Anything. A particular problem. Problem with a relative. Problem with the boss. Problem with a neighbor. Some interpersonal problem. Voices you hear in the middle of the night. Constipation. I don't care what it is. Whatever it is that bothers you. No matter what. 100% I will talk to you. No problem. No filter. Nothing. I love sometimes saying things that could just bother me, just that I want to complain about. And I think complaining is an art form. It's not a sign of weakness, because you have to be able to know what you hate before you understand why things are great. Nothing wrong with that. 800-848-9222 is the number. You know what I happened to look up, and I shouldn't talk about that. I just heard this very interesting thing about this fellow, Scott Baio. I think I told you this the other day. Scott Baio Chachi. I'm going to say it again because I heard it. I have it on my X account. Used to be called Twitter, at Lionel Media. Scott Baio took offense at a certain supposed member of something or other on one of the cable news asked, "Hey, is Scott Baio still alive?" Very disparagingly. And Scott Baio put his entire career on the line by standing up for the president. And I think that means something. And for some reason, that really annoyed me. So there we go. Let's go to Steve in Bed-Stuy. Steve, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning. Happy birthday to Hunts Hall, otherwise known as Horace Debussy Jones.
Is it his birthday?
Right? Yep.
How old would he be?
I think it'd be 90 or more. But I'm calling up to go over your GPT chat.
He would be 105 years old, by the way. He died in 1999. Wow. His name was Henry Richard Huntz Hall, Huntz, part of the Dead End Kids. And he was 78 years old. He died in Los Angeles at the age 78. He was married 4 times he was married with 2 kids. Who knew, right? Who knew? In any event, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. By the way, did you know that in 1948, Huntz Hall was arrested for possession of marijuana in 1948?
Well, he like everybody today should use gummies because it's more courteous to people. They don't have to smell the smoke.
No, but I would never use a gummy because of the particulars. I wouldn't use it at all. But in any event, I'm sorry. Talk to me about your particular problem, sir. Go ahead.
There are 12 Bowery Boys routines that they would use in combat, and I wonder if you could look them up on your wonderful ChatGPT, because I don't think you'll find them, but I know them, and I'd be happy to tell you the 12 fighting routines. Like they routine 5, routine 6. I know what they are. Do you?
I do not, sir. Tell me.
So, when they would get into a problem, Muggs would give directions to the crew, sort of like he's a modern day Curtis, isn't he? But routine 1 is when they're in the group and they have a problem, okay, he calls out one of the 12 routines. Okay, and I can go over them.
Now, by the way, is this fisticuffs, eye gouging, head butting, kicking when down?
Not all of them.
Clubbing with cudgels, brickbat throwing, bottle smashing, hat snatching, gang rushes, chair swinging, ear biting, and stomping.
No, routine 1 is to put a tail on something. So Whitey, who, if you remember Whitey, he was one of the characters. He was little. He would jump on the back of the bumper. that would be routine.
Well, that you know what, that is important, and that's critical. But I can't go to 12 of these things. But that's fascinating. Thank you so much for that. Who knew? Who knew that the 12 fighting stances of this? I am mesmerized by that. Oscar in North Jersey, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning there, Lionel. Lionel, there's one thing, this was last night and just about every other night that they show the 6 o'clock news and the usual parade of crime and victims and so on. I'm sick and tired of politicians, and especially the media, when they report on some crime victim, right, and they say the victim so-and-so was rushed to Bellevue Hospital for treatment, and he or she's going to be okay now. No, they're not going to be okay. They're traumatized for the rest, whether physically or mentally. Why do they keep saying so-and-so is going to be okay now? I mean,
I've never heard people say they're going to be okay now. I've not heard that. I haven't heard anybody. I've never heard anybody on a TV show say at the Russian hospital and they're going to be okay now. No, I have heard this. They're in guarded condition. They were upgraded from guarded to, guarded to critical. There's this, it's like the colors right after 9/11, the various colors, we're at a yellow now, we're at a green. There was no such thing as a green. And I never understood those levels of gradation, the hierarchy of diseases, if that makes any sense. Robert in New York, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel.
Yes, sir.
My greatest annoyance these days is when I am riding buses or trains, whether it's intra-city, interstate, across the country, I seem to attract people who want to convert me to some orthodoxy or other. I draw them like flies.
I have not seen that, sir. Tell me about it.
Well, for example, I was on one of my cross-country trips, and I was sitting in the observation dome when somebody came over to me and said, "Would you like to have me read you the Bible?" I said, "Not particularly," but I guess he wasn't listening, because the next thing I hear him is reading me from the book of Revelations.
Wait a minute. On a bus?
Yes, or a train.
Or a train. Somebody comes up, out of all the people, they see you and say, "Excuse me, may I try to..." And by the way, I want to take it a step further. I want to meet somebody who says, "I've noticed, Robert, you're rather devout." Yes, I am. Where was your moment of conversion? Your being knocked off the horse or whatever of Damascus or whatever, your Saul moment. He said, "Well, I was on a bus. I was on the M31, and somebody began to read from the Bible, and that's all it took. I converted immediately." How does that work?
Well, let's put it this way: since I am of no particular religious belief anymore.
Why? You're an atheist?
No, I was excommunicated. I told you.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but they can't disavow your connection with God.
Well,
do you still believe?
You see, one thing they want to do is a number of them. They come over to me and say, "Have you seen the light?" And I said, "No. I think I have told you for no apparent reason that I have no physical vision." And they not only want to convert me, but they want to cure me.
Would you also tell them that the reason that you lost your vision was that it is true what they said about excessive onanism? That it is true, and that you lost your sight rather, after years of a feverish self-pleasure. Tom in Minnesota, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, Lionel, this is Tom from Minnesota.
That's what I just said. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You're new, aren't you, Tom? By the way, Tom, you're new, I can tell. You're a first-time caller?
First-time caller.
I can tell when you said this is Tom from Minnesota. Welcome, sir. Whereabouts in Minnesota are you from, sir?
Delbo, Minnesota.
Ah! Only two kinds of people from there, hookers and hockey players. What team you play on? Just kidding.
We got a restaurant called the Dusty Eagle.
Is that a weird? Is that like a Cleveland trombone or one of those weird things you buy from some illicit sex activity? Something you get in Tijuana? The Dusty Eagle?
Nope. It's a real Dusty Eagle with an eagle. You walk into it, it's a small town bar, and we're only got a population like 100 people. And
really?
You know what? Yep.
What is the name of your town again? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Delbo, Minnesota.
Delbo?
Yep.
Delbo. I love that.
Yeah.
The town's so small, the head of the mafia is a Filipino. Just kidding.
Yeah.
So tell me about Delbo.
Delbo is a little small town, farm country and all that. I got 40 acres of farm, and I'm a firefighter for Delbo and a Star Tribune delivery right now I'm doing.
Excellent. Now, what do you farm? What is your main crop?
I don't farm. I rent out my land. We got soybeans and corn and all that out here.
Okay, excellent. Tom, I love this. You deliver the paper. You have a farm. You seem like a just a good rock-ribbed American true blue patriot, Norman Rockwell, no nonsense, salt of the earth. Am I reading you about right?
Yep, and I work full-time doing toilets.
That's my gut. You work toilets, a farmer, you deliver newspapers, and what do you do with toilets, Tom?
We rent them out, we deliver them, we do county fairs and all that stuff.
Oh, porta potty type of things.
Yep.
Okay. Listen, those are important. What is the name of that particular chemical that is used that is fantastic by virtue of how it can basically neutralize everything, if you know what I mean?
What it is, it's called a blue dye. You spray it in, put it in, you suck it out, you put it in, and mix it with water, and it makes a nice chemical. Yep.
Now, let me ask you this. When you remove, let's say you bring the toilets out to an event, and then you have to take them back, do you empty them first and then put them on your truck, or how do you do that?
We empty them on site, we clean them and everything else. We sanitize them, get them all nice and clean and everything, and then we ship them back out again.
What is the worst? I don't want to go into detail, but has there been a moment, maybe it was a particularly hot day, maybe something didn't go right, and you walked in and you thought to yourself, this is not for me. I am walking in basically a container of human waste. I am in this baking cavern, this sauna of swill. What did I go do wrong in my life? This is not what I had in mind. Do you ever have those moments?
Oh, yeah, I have those moments, but we used to be, the owner of it used to be a garbage man, and we used to be garbage man way back in the 1980s, and we know of all this lime stuff and maggots and all that stuff.
Tom, let me tell you something. You have no idea how this fascinates me, because I've always said, I'm dead serious, because if all of the lawyers or accountants just were wiped out tomorrow, nobody would know the difference. But if all of the people who were responsible for eliminating waste, who didn't reprocess or refilter water, if toilets didn't flush, if sinks didn't work, there would be typhus, there would be disease. The human species would cease to exist as we know it. You are a critical cog in the wheel of sanitation. I mean this. God bless you.
Yep.
Well, Tom, I want to thank you, my friend. Please call me. Oh, you called about corn. Is that correct? Am I reading it right? No, you think
Yep, we got lots of sweet corn out here, and they're a little bit bigger than the corn that's it, but we got lots of vendors out here that sell sweet corn for like $5 for a dozen.
Oh my God! Well, I'm going to be going. We're all going to take a road trip to Delbo. You got that, Tony and Blaze? We're going to Delbo, Minnesota. We are on our way. I just can't wait. And by the way, I can see old Blaze set him up there. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have that thing he's got, that graph he works on. and to have him in double, so he can take all his work with him. So he won't have to be away from, because he loves that. Nothing makes him happier than doing podcasting and all. He just says, give me more work. I love this stuff. Our number is 800-848-9222. Lionel with you on the other side of midnight. We're going to talk to him. This is something I can relate to like you can't believe. Michael in New Jersey, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel. Michael, talk to me, sir.
Good evening. It's so weird. I was thinking I wish I could tell somebody about this.
No, tell me. I know what you're going to say. Tell me.
Oh, I live in a building, first of all, that's about 160 to 180 years old. Mm-hmm. I hardly hear anything. I had neighbors upstairs for 7 years. I never heard them even once. These people move in, and it's beyond belief. It's 3 weeks now. Banging. The lady upstairs, I don't know what they look like, but she sounds like she weighs 300 pounds. Every step, the house shakes. And it's a pounding. And I said, I yell upstairs. They can hear me because I yell so loud. I said, please, put slippers on. Put that in the rug. It's padded. For God's sake, nothing. No matter what I did. Finally, I was so frustrated.
I can't hear you. For some reason, this phone, I want to hear more.
Now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I just moved around with it.
Good.
So I was so frustrated that I called the police. I figured...
Call the police?
I called them because I figured after 10 o'clock they're not allowed to do that.
You can't... Wait. You call the police and say, listen, tell these people to stop walking around or making noise?
Yeah, I know.
What about your super? What about the people who...
I talked to the super, and unfortunately, our landlord is in Europe, and he's coming back September 3rd. So anyway,
I guess the covenant of quiet enjoyment, which is not really applicable, but anyway. So what happened?
Yeah.
So what'd you do?
So I called the police. They told me, sorry, we can't help you. This is a free country. And I mean, that's really good.
And when the police tell you that means something. It's a free country. Now wait. Had you threatened to throw a sandwich at this woman, well, that would have been a different story. Pam Bondi would have.
I use a rollator, so I can't even go up the steps.
Have you ever thought about going very nicely to your neighbor above and saying, hello, I'm the person below you? You probably don't. You probably don't know this, but you seriously, have you ever thought about that?
I did, but I use a rollator, so I can't get up steps.
You use a what? A rollator. What is that?
A rollator. It's a walker with wheels.
Ah, I didn't know that had a name. So this,
Yep.
so you can't go upstairs.
No.
Okay.
And I went to my super to talk to him. He said, "I'll talk to them for you," and they did. Supposedly he did, but nothing worked.
There's something. So sometimes. Listen, banging is one thing. A lot of these places have this rule that you have to have carpeting, over X amount or percentage.
I know.
Okay.
Like that.
I knew a friend, one time years ago, and this couple had a kid above them who loved to roll a ball. And it was a wonderful building, but it was so paper thin. And I swear to you, after 5 minutes of this ball rolling, I wanted to take a life. I wanted to fire a handgun through just to say, stop this.
Well, should I tell you what I did?
What'd you do?
Out of frustration, I couldn't take it anymore. And I went online to YouTube, and they asked for the noisiest noise, and I played the loudest noises you can imagine. Elephants rumbling, sirens blasting, submachine guns firing. I did. I was so frustrated.
Did that work?
And it felt better. And actually, they quiet down.
So you're playing submachine gun noise. That'll get their attention.
And stampede of elephants.
There's something where I am one of these people that always, how do I say this? I always want to accommodate the rules. And for some reason, we have these new folks somewhere who have, we have, certain buildings have rules. And one of them is you have to break down your cardboard. It's like, yeah. If you get an Amazon box, break it down and tear. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, apparently there's somebody on our floor, somebody who will leave boxes in front of you that says, in our building, we break things. And I'm thinking, if I find out who you are, you are going to incur the wrath of somebody who does nothing better than, or will just spend all of his waking hours thinking ways of driving you crazy. I'll tell you one that gets me. Sometimes there will be people, and I'm not the only one, but in New York apartments, maybe they're from out of, I don't know. They think they can leave their garbage outside the door. Now, there are certain things where I think there should be the death penalty. You walk and say there's garbage outside the door. I don't understand this. Here's another one. I've got a person in our building who will order something from McDonald's and it's out there for like 2 days. I'm thinking, how does that, when you ordered it, didn't you kind of wait and say, where is it? And they're there. And I'm thinking, did you step over it? I don't understand it. Now, you might say to yourself, that's not that big of a deal. No, it is that big of a deal. By the way, one time I had on my door, I wrote a sign, don't knock. Had a piece of, my friend was coming over, had a piece of a post-it note. I wrote, don't knock. So he stood outside and he thought, what the hell do I do? So he was saying, hey! He started to yell. I'm sorry, I'm waxing psychotic. 1 more hour to go. Ventilation Friday. If you want, we could talk about the sandwich guy again with the Pam Bondi, but I'd really think that one over. More coming up. Stay tuned. Okay. What do you think this is all about, and what should the president do? And we'll see about that. Then, the story that I found so fascinating today, because I kind of backed into it by accident. I had no idea. I thought, oh, this is a given. This is a given. This is no big deal. As you know, there was this dude in Washington who apparently at some point worked for the DOJ. Well, used to work for the DOJ. Not sure what he did. Might have been a lawyer. Might have been whatever. I don't know. But he used to work for the DOJ. And apparently at some particular point, he thought it appropriate to take a Subway sandwich and throw it at a federal officer. ICE, something. Now that is wrong. As you know, and as I know, anybody who's watched Karen videos, you cannot lay your hands on a federal or even a local cop. That's battery on a law enforcement officer. Battery does not necessarily involve harm, pain, cutting, bruising. It just means the impermissible touching of another against their will. That's it. End of discussion, right? So if I were the Attorney General, I'd say, now, by the way, I'm not going to be talking about this because I'm the Attorney General. And I'm thinking Robert Jackson, Bill Barr, even Merrick Garland, John Mitchell, just go down. Claiborne, was not Claiborne Pell, what was his name? In any event, I'm not going to go through this, but that's beneath me. I'm the Attorney General. I'm not going to do that. Not Pam Bondi. No. Pam Bondi comes up with a tweet, and it reads as follows. And by the way, they have a picture of him. The New York Post has a picture of him standing there with in the hand, the sandwich in his hand. Pam Bondi reads as follows. If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after you. This is the Attorney General. I just learned that this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer. Capital letters. Not only is he fired, capital letters, he has been charged with a felony. This is when I lost it. This is when I thought, oh, Pamela Joe. Oh, no. She says, this is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ. You will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement. No problem with that. Absolutely, 100%. And I know I'm bringing this up to my peril, but I had to bring it. I still can't believe what I'm reading. So my criticism was, number one, it's wrong. We all know this. And number two, why in the name of God would you even bring this up? And this is, with all that is going on, human trafficking, fentanyl trafficking, opioids, the horrors, espionage, borders, just seemingly endless stories of just absolute, monumentally important and critical federal offenses. You bring up a guy who tosses a sandwich. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So today, the first hour, we had two people, a retired FBI agent of 30 years and some other bat who called up screaming as though I'm suggesting it's okay to heave foodstuffs at federal agents. Wrong! I'm talking about the propriety of the AG. I had to bring that up to you. That absolutely kills me. It's one of those songs where I'm thinking you've got to, you got to ask yourself, why in the name of God? Now, how about this? Bob Menendez. Did you see this? Bob Menendez, now serving 11 years for corruption and acting as a foreign agent, advised Egyptian officials on covering up their role in Jamal Khashoggi's murder. This guy is as bad as it gets. Court records reveal he coached them before a 2021 grilling. It's unbelievable. Here's another one for you. You know what I love about YouTube in particular? All these they do two things. Take a can of tomatoes, throw it into peanut butter, mix it together, take some cookie dough, and mix it up, and then throw it away. I love these things. They make it so easy. I just love these little cooking things. And then you'll say, I heard somebody say this. Swear to God, straight face. He said, take garlic, boil garlic in water, drink the water. Now, who's going to do that? I'm sure it's got acetaldehyde, and it fuels your pineal gland. Blah 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 blah. Here's my favorite: white button mushrooms. You ever have those? You ever have them raw? You ever go to a salad bar and they got raw mushrooms? Not the cremini, but I mean the white button. Don't they look good? They taste good, don't they? Yep. White button, cremini, and portobello mushrooms are the same species, all containing agaritine, a toxic, possibly carcinogenic toxin. Cooking, freezing, or processing reduces levels. Experts advise cooking them before eating. Don't eat them raw. Did you know that? Did you ever hear the cancer connections between potato skins? No. I could throw this stuff at you all day long. It's the most incredible story in the world. And it's all this wonderful, useless information. Did you know? Now, today, by the way, President Trump pegged his Alaska summit with Putin at a 25% risk of failure. He stressed groundwork before wider talks. Sanctions stay ready. Real peace demands Ukraine's presence, though Zelensky remains a fraud propped up by globalists. I despise him. Did you know that? One more time, I just want to bring this up because this is Ventilation Friday, and I want to bring this up. One more time in case you weren't listening. Russia launched its military operation in Ukraine on February the 24th, 2022, citing Kiev's, we used to call it Kiev, now we call it Kiev, but citing Kiev's refusal to honor the Minsk agreements, which were supposed to grant Donetsk and Lugansk autonomy. Stop right there. Have you ever heard that? It was in Bucharest. They were signed by, signaled and initialed each page by by Russia and Ukraine. You will never hear anybody suggest that to you. No, of course not. It was brokered by Germany and France, and these protocols were signed in 2014, but former Ukrainian President Pyotr Poroshenko later admitted that Kyiv only used them as a stalling tactic to build military strength. Moscow and Putin also warned that NATO's growing presence in Ukraine was a red line. Following referendums, Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, Zaporozhye, and earlier Crimea joined Russia. Zelensky's so-called peace plan, demanding Russian withdrawal, reparations, and tribunals, ain't gonna happen. From the get-go. Do you know what happened? The Maidan, the contrived military, the coup contrived and orchestrated by Victoria Nuland? No. Let me stop right there. I know, not because you're a stupid person, not because you're anything, but I know you know nothing of what I just said. Nothing. Russia knows about it. Europe knows about it. European news outlets know all about it. But America doesn't. America tells you the story that this bad guy named Putin wants to extend the power and the influence of Russia across, and he wants to reconsolidate, reconfigure, reunify the Soviet Union. That didn't happen. So here is my question. How are you supposed to figure out what's going on? How? Do you hear what they were talking about also? Beyond Burger, Beyond Beef, which I really like, the stuff is that plant stuff. People were saying, we like beef. We like red meat. That's okay. That's okay. You do know that eating red and processed meat raises risks of cancer, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and early death. Cutting back could lower overall mortality by 13%, reduce heart disease deaths by 14%, cut cancer deaths by 11%, and decrease diabetes risk by 24%. And despite this, research panels still advise people to keep eating meat, citing enjoyment and resistance to change rather than health. The supposed benefits were not medical, but instead were based on personal preference, showing how habit and culture often outweigh science when it comes to dietary recommendations and public health messaging. It's funny how certain things people care about. We don't care about what they spray in the air. We don't care about Wi-Fi. We don't care about any of that stuff. Certain things we care about. Certain things. And it's fascinating. I will discuss that with you on this, the last hour of the show, the waning moments on the other side of midnight. This is our Friday edition, Ventilation Friday. Anything you want, anything that's on your mind, completely open for your discussion and review. More coming up. Stay tuned. I'm throwing out some random thoughts, just things that are upsetting. First of all, America does not understand seed oils. If you watch or read anything online, you will find out that one of the biggest concerns for more people all of a sudden are seed oils. It's like this is the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity. Stand by for a second because Ron is going to weigh in. Ron has something that will curdle your blood. Ron, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, I'm concerned about Chicago this weekend. It's going to be the Air and Water Show, which closes down Lakeshore Drive with the traffic because people want to see the jets coming in and making their make-believe bomb runs,
right?
Which everybody thinks is a lot of fun. But and also they're calling for a demonstration against Trump downtown. And, of course, you have 90-degree weather, and the police are overwhelmed with gang activity. So, and then you have ICE who are lurking all around waiting to pounce on Chicago because it's a target city. So I'm just really concerned that Chicago may blow up. And I'm hoping it won't.
What do you think about your mayor, about the mayor of Chicago? How is he?
I of course, I don't live in Chicago anymore, but as far as how he's doing a job, I don't think he's doing a really good job, plain and simple.
I heard very frankly he might be the worst mayor in the country today. And there's also something you brought up which is very interesting. You know, I enjoy the notion, and I support the notion of supporting our troops and the people that are there to support and defend this country in the event of attack or in the event of some kind of threat. I'm 100% behind them. I can't put into words how much I believe that. But you said something. When we exalt and we exaggerate and we laud and we celebrate the mimicry of war, bombing runs, hyper-militarization, the celebration of destruction, when we have flyovers before games and we almost imply that military action is entertaining, there's something about that bothers me. Do you feel that way?
You're right. You're right. It is entertaining, but especially when our side is winning, it's the only time, in my opinion, that it's fun.
No, but when you're there, if all of a sudden F-22s or whatever fly over in formation, and maybe the Blue Angels are different because that's precision, but when people are showing you, it reminds me of the old Soviet days where Stalin or Brezhnev was out there or Khrushchev, and they would have these rockets that they would bring out and, in front of the crowd. There's just something about, I respect military. I understand what they're doing, but these are instruments of death. This is not, oh, look, a plane. Isn't that nice? No. This is a plane designed to destroy, to kill, which, granted, I'm not suggesting we don't need that. Sometimes we do. But to celebrate it? Michael in New Rochelle. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. Always a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, sir.
I called to bring up corn, venting, and fireworks.
Thank you. Excellent.
God willing, I'll be in Mentone, Indiana in about 3 weeks, and our shoot site is completely surrounded by cornfields. So if you want some, I'll bring some back, and I'll leave them with the doorman at the station.
Now, Michael, before we begin, fill us into your pyromaniac penchant, your propensity, your predilection, your proclivity towards all matters explosive. What do you do, sir?
As far as fireworks, I make cylinder shells, exotic cylinder shells.
What does that mean for those who don't know?
A cylinder shell is different than a ball shell, which is an Asian type shell, which is commercially shot in New York at the shows that you see. We call those carpet bombing shows because they just shoot tons and tons of cheap Chinese product, and it looks spectacular, but to us, it's a waste of time.
By the way, give me your website again because I have it open on my device. What is it again?
Fireworking.com.
Okay, fireworking.com. Fireworking.com, right?
Fireworking.com.
Okay. Now, you make cylinders?
I make cylinders. They're more complicated because there's a lot of time involved.
What is a cylinder? It's just a pipe, right? So it's a tube. What's the big deal?
You have to build it with string and wheat paste.
Wait a minute, a cylinder?
Yes.
Why can't you just use an aluminum tube?
To send up in the air and detonate, because you'll have shrapnel.
No. When you say a tube, that sounds like the means by which you launch this, right? You're talking about the actual shell or explosive device itself.
That is correct. The shell itself is shaped like a cylinder. Usually it looks like a coffee can.
Okay. Now,
and the thing about those is we can build additional brakes on top of one of them. So you can stack them up as, to a certain point.
Now, why do you necessarily poo-poo the notion of having shrapnel to add a degree of danger to it? Shards of hot metal flying out into the crowds, I think would add a level of excitement. Am I wrong?
It does. It also causes concerns about insurance and future engagement.
I'm being absolutely ridiculous. Now,
that's fine.
There is a. Are you the one who told me about the look at this MFing firework?
No, but I was on the show that night.
Yes.
After that call, I'm very aware of that episode of that man.
Just a second.
His hysterics.
Just 1 second, Tony. I want you to make sure you're writing a note of this. It's called something to the effect of, "Look at that. These the MFing." I'm trying to be not gross, but anyway, look at that explosion, and it's a series of explosives that are out of control. It is the funniest.
I can tell you what was going on in that video. They lit a cake, a repeater, which is a box with like maybe 16 or 20 shots or 25 shots.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't secure it on the ground, sometimes the lift charge will make it bounce and tip over. So you have to put some kind of things, brace it up a little bit. And they didn't do that. They lit it on grass, which is a big mistake because it's not level, and that's where you get those casualties.
What is the worst casualty you've ever seen? Not casualty, but disaster that you've seen?
Well, a couple years ago, we had a bottom shot come down. And,
what does that mean? What is a bottom shot?
A bottom shot is the big salute at the end of a multi-break shell. It's the big boom. You wait for, that's like the period at the end of a sentence. That's to let the guys on the ground know the shell's done performing and you can shoot another one.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a 12-inch one that had significant weight to it and too much timing, and it landed between rows of cars that shouldn't have been parked where they were, and it caused a lot of damage.
Now, let me ask you a question. You are licensed at this. You are exceedingly... By the way, Mr. Atwood, I'm sending this to you. You will enjoy this. I promise you. Like you can't believe. It's called MFing Bootleg Fireworks, subtitled version, about almost 1 million views, hysterically funny. Now, the family that I've always heard, the first family, the Grucci's, are they still involved? Are they still the premier producers of this type of event?
They're the biggest household name in the country when it comes to fireworks, thanks to George Plimpton putting them on the map in his book Fireworks, 1984. They became one of the household names in the country. But they are not the best in the country. If you ask any pyros, we'll tell you Rozzi out of Loveland, Ohio.
Spell it. R-O...
ZZI.
That's also Rozzi. By the way, it's 30 past the hour. Now, what are you are you licensed? Do you have some kind of a license to do what you do?
No, I work under someone else's license.
So you are
in your shop.
So you are unlicensed?
Yeah, you can build unlicensed, but when you can't transport them and you can't, there's certain things you can and can't do, licensed or unlicensed. But if you're working under a license, you can manufacture anything.
Do you make sure that when you're in these houses or you're in these rooms or shelters or just structures that you have, like, for example, shoes that don't spark and you have rubber soles? And am I being too fastidious with this?
Yes and no. We work in basic, regular rubber sole shoes, but I've been in many fireworks shops. That's some places like out west where it's dry. You need to do that. But like in Minnesota, it's damp. You don't need to ground yourself because it's a different element what we're working with, and we're also not working with nitrates and certain chemicals. We're a chlorate protest shop. They do everything with organic materials. I use metal formulas. I'm like the black sheep of the group.
I'm fascinated by it. How did you, again, for those who are just listening, how did you find yourself involved in this in the first place? Fireworking.com. It's really something. How did you find yourself involved in this?
My friend built that website about 12, 14 years ago. His name is Ned Gorski. He's out of Ohio. He's a wonderful person. But years ago, I went to a convention in 1991. I got to tell you, I met a retired pro wrestler, and I ended up sharing a room with him 2 years in a row following. But that's another story for another time.
And that's your personal life. And listen, sometimes people find romance at various stages of their life, and it's a surprise. And God love you.
We couldn't afford hotel rooms back then because the convention and everything. So we would all, try to find roommates. It was, we were all looking for broads, but we were sharing rooms.
And even the thought and the tantalizing invitations of explosives and shells and cylinders, if that wouldn't allure them, I don't know what. I have always loved explosions. I got to be honest with you, fireworks after the first two or three, I've seen them. I got it.
Yeah, I get it, but you're looking at crappy Chinese shells. If I show
crappy
you the shells,
Chinese.
Yes, that's what everybody's used to seeing in this country. But if you came to one of our shows, like my friend Wes from out in Washington, he put some shells up in North Dakota last week. Blow your mind. I'll put them in your inbox, and if you'll be kind enough to view them in your free time,
I will do that.
You let me know what you think. They're the craziest shells I've ever seen shot in this country.
Mike, listen, I must run. I'm sorry. I
got a quick question for you. May I ask it really quick?
Certainly.
What did you think the first time you saw Rosa DeLoreo? I thought it was Mo Howard in drag.
Oh, this is the Californian. I thought it was Ron Wood.
She'll never be sexually harassed. She'd be safe on a Syrian submarine.
I've heard safe on a lumberjack camp or a Greek galley ship. Listen, thank you so much, Michael.
Always a pleasure to
Have
speak
a good
with you,
day.
Lionel. Thank you for your
Syrian submarine. I like that. George on Long Island. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yeah, Lionel, I woke up laughing. I think I need to increase my medication. Why would they say it's a Subway sandwich? How do you think the president of Subway thinks tonight? Will he be calling Mr. Catsimatidis so he can get better advertising on his product? Suppose it was a Jersey Mike's. Would that be a higher quality?
Interesting you say that. Would that have a certain degree of heft to it? We could look at, for example, the amount of the propeller coefficients, the amount of damage that is done. Isn't this the silliest?
Lionel, I called before. I told you I worked for the courts in the criminal division. I worked in the arraignment part. I told you Curtis used to come in with craziness and all these crazy people.
We don't care what you said in the old days. By the way, why do people say that? Why do people say, when I called and I said this and I said that?
I won't say it. I won't say it.
Good.
But the point is, I used to arraign people. I just, bludgeoning people, stabbing them. And if we had an old-time judge, Judge Zolliker. He was an old-time prize fighter. And one time we had a case about a fight in Katz's Deli, right? And his comment to the people, and they were throwing the sandwiches at each other, two people. And the judge goes, "Are you crazy? Do you know how much the price of the sandwiches are?
Right.
And how good the corned beef is? Why waste it?" And it's just outrageous.
The veritable hijinks, the hilarity, and the comedic, just the incomprehensible hijinks that you've just described. Thank you for that. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
All right, buongiorno, Lionel.
Mike, how are you, sir?
Good, Lionel. Always good listening to you. You were talking about George Plimpton and fireworks and the Grucci's. When I called you after 4th of July, we were talking about chicken, remember? Playing chicken.
No, I don't. So anyway, let's talk about now.
Okay. Let's talk about now.
Now, thank you.
When you a couple of weeks ago, you said you worked with Bob Grant.
Yes,
is that right?
Correct.
Bob Gigante. That's when I first called Talk Radio when my daughter was born 35 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And you know what? Get off my phone, you swine. He had the great sayings, and you keep going, and you're a couple of years younger than me.
Thank you so much, my friend. Boy, that was great. Don't you love when people imitate Bob Grant? Don't you love when that? It's meant as a compliment, but it's never a good. You can't recreate the real thing. Does that make any sense? 800-848-9222. 800-948-9222. All my life, I am an absolute lover of explosions. I would love to be a sapper. I would get into, if I could learn how to detonate things, blow things up. I love very serious fireworks and anything that is destructive in nature. Ever since I was a kid, I've enjoyed it, and I don't know why. I think there's something wrong with me. But the idea of being able to hold the ability in your hand to destroy something, the smell of the gunpowder, I love it. Gene on Long Island, you are next, sir.
I know you are upset about this sandwich, but there's something that hasn't been discussed.
Now stop for a second. I'm not upset about the sandwich. Never was upset.
Okay, but what they said about the sandwich?
Yes. No, the fact that the Attorney General decided to issue in a tweet and state that this was an example of the deep state. That's what I have an objection to.
Well, I think that's partially correct. But the thing about that sandwich situation is, I don't know if you saw the video. There's a video of the sandwich. Maybe you just saw the picture. The video was taken by what seemed to be a group of blacks or a black guy who was in the midst of other blacks.
And by the way, the sandwich thrower was a white guy.
He was a white guy.
Yeah, okay.
But they were following him. I watched the video, and the video was like, oh, man, look at it. He was like, F you, and then you might do this and that. They were in the back. Oh, man, look at that, blah, 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 blah. And they followed the situation. Then the guy throws the sandwich.
Right.
And he takes off running. And when he takes off running, like, oh, man, did you see that?
Right.
Oh, look at that. Oh, so the people who needed to see that were the young blacks in D.C. They're not going. They don't care. They don't know about who Han Bondi is, except she's going to be associated with that situation with that sandwich.
Jane,
and they're not going to know about the assistant attorney general. They need to know that if they throw that sandwich,
Gene,
there's going to be
listen
some
to yourself.
consequences.
Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Who is arguing? Who is suggesting? Who is intimating or in any way hinting at the notion that this should be ignored, or that the person heaving the sandwich missile should be somehow let go, or maybe congratulated, or paid, or honored? Nobody is suggesting this. Where is the controversy? What are we even talking about? What are we discussing? What is the debate here? Tell me.
Well, it's not a debate. The DOJ part was the fact that this guy who was a member,
Here is a question. Why are you even bringing this up? Why are you even explaining this as though people don't understand this? This is what I don't understand.
Because you talk a lot about nuance, and the nuance is that this guy worked for the DOJ.
Let me try this again. Let me try this again. Let me try this again one more time. Nobody is scratching their head and saying, What's the big deal about somebody working for the DOJ throwing a missile, in essence, at a federal agent? What's the big deal? Nobody is saying that. Everybody knows exactly, of all the people to do that, you who worked at some particular point, you swore some type of fealty to honor and protect the Constitution. You worked for the DOJ. Nobody is questioning that. Not one person is scratching their head saying, what's the big deal? My question is, why are you, and I know you're a good person, why are you driving home the fact, or a fact, that nobody is perplexed by, that nobody's even considering? Of course. Where is the issue? Where is the controversy? Who is arguing anything about this? Have you heard anybody say, let the guy go? It's no big deal.
No, I'm not saying that. The importance of it is that the people that are doing the crime in D.C., the only thing that they're not going to know anything else about this story except that this white guy took this sandwich and he dissed this cop, basically.
Out of all of the abuse and the carjackings, the shootings, attempted murder, mayhem, armed robbery, bloodied, serious, convulsive violence that is seen on a regular basis, that is recorded and commented by various people. Out of all of that, out of everything, nobody, Pam Bondi, or nobody has ever said anything about that. Not only that, fentanyl importation, opioid importation, human trafficking, sex trafficking, all of that. Nothing, not even mentioned.
That's not true, though. But this is a picture is worth 1,000 words.
We've got pictures. We've got pictures of robberies, of people of carjacked, people shooting. We have pictures, black, white, not a mention, nothing. It's almost like, whatever. But the guy with the sandwich who works for the DOJ, all of a sudden, this is the most important object lesson that we have to drive home. This is emblematic of the worst desecration of law and order ever. Do you hear what you're saying?
It's not that. It's who is it reaching? It's who is it reaching? It's like when you go fishing. If you fish for
who is worried about the pictures showing groups and passels and I guess bands of criminals involved in serious, violent criminal activity? Nobody's mentioning that. Why? I swear to God, tell me this is a joke. Tell me that I have been the victim or the target of one of the greatest practical jokes ever. That I have been led to believe that there are people that I share DNA with who are feeling the necessity, the compunction, the inclination to explain to me the importance of not letting this get out, not letting this message be misconstrued. Who is even arguing this? Who? I don't understand it. I don't understand any of it. This is a no-brainer. Yes, you're absolutely right. Where is the controversy? Where is it? I don't understand it. Again, it's the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. America, as we learned, is under siege. Not from China, not from fentanyl pouring over the border, not from bureaucrats weaponizing the Department of Justice. Oh, no, against citizens. No. The true sign of the deep state is, wait for it, a DOJ employee who threw a Subway sandwich at a federal officer. Yes, my friends, the Republic trembles under the weight of ham and cheese. You see, don't misunderstand me, please. Of course it's wrong. It's idiotic. You don't hurl, chuck, heave a 6-inch or more cold-cut combo at law enforcement and expect to get away with it. Oh, no. You get fired, maybe cuffed, and rightfully so. But to hear A.G. Pam Bondi, and this has been the gravamen of tonight's disquisition, but to hear A.G. Pam Bondi declare with the solemnity of a Nuremberg prosecutor that this sandwich incident is evidence of the deep state's pervasive existence, that's not justice. That's dinner theater. Imagine, as I've said, imagine Robert Jackson, who prosecuted Nazis at Nuremberg, solemnly warning the American people about a rogue tuna melt. Imagine Bill Barr holding a press conference to announce that the future of our republic hinges on disciplining a pastrami thrower. Imagine, picture if you will, John Ashcroft draped in an American flag telling the nation that democracy itself is under siege by an unruly Italian BMT. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're doing here. Pam Bondi has been handed legitimate ammunition. The Epstein mess, the selective prosecutions, the double standards of justice, but instead of firing with live rounds, she's loading her rhetorical cannons with meatball subs. You see, it's embarrassing, seemingly to do this. It's unseemly. Frankly, I believe tragic. You see, dear friend, you don't waste your credibility, your gravitas, your reputation as a former attorney general or current attorney general by turning a cafeteria food fight into a smoking gun of tyranny. No, that's how serious issues become punchlines. This isn't deep state. It's not corruption at the highest levels. It's what? Indigestion? I don't know. And if we want to be taken seriously in exposing the real abuse of power in Washington, we cannot, I repeat, cannot spend our time making a folk hero out of a guy who's throwing a sandwich. Now, when I say throw a folk hero, by virtue of their response, I'm going to give you some thoughts just to fill in your mind, or to fill in the information. Years ago, there were some pretty serious people. I wanted to bring this one to you. You'll get a kick out of this. Colonel Edward Mandell House, like Dr. House, House MD. Colonel Edward Mandell House, the shadowy advisor to Woodrow Wilson, revealed a chilling blueprint, he believed, for control. He described a future where every American would be forced to register as biological property in a national system, stripped of autonomy, tracked under ancient pledging systems, and in effect enslaved through the mechanics of fiat currency. In his vision, I say to you, dear friend, in his vision, citizens were told that they would become a mere chattel, collateral for government debt, bound permanently by the law merchant, and secured transactions. Those refusing to comply would be barred from working or earning a living, ensuring, my friends, total submission. This is during the Woodrow Wilson administration. Look at this. Luther Martin, one of our forebears, June 27th, 1787, said, quote, "The first principle of government is founded on the natural right of individuals and in perfect equality." Pam Bondi, the deep state, and the sandwich. William Colby, former CIA director, said, "The CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media." William Casey, CIA director, ostensibly, allegedly said, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." James Jesus Angleton, this is my favorite, head of the CIA counterintelligence, said, "Deception is a state of mind and the mind of the state." And here we have Sandwichgate. Thomas in Brooklyn. Thomas, you are next, my friend. This phone, dear God. Yes, Thomas.
Hello?
Yes, Thomas.
I'm sorry, Lionel. I just very much. You're a great guy. God bless the show. God bless everybody. Punching out.
Okay, thank you so much. Great. I have no idea what that was, but I thank God for him. I'm not done, my friends. I'm not done. Think about this. Think about these moments of history, these moments, these things. If schools, and these are by the way, what I'm giving to you right now, this is on my X account at Lionel Media. Some little notes I wrote. If schools are MK Ultra light training grounds, what role do they play in normalizing surveillance, censorship, and blind faith in state-approved narratives? Well. Did you see D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, D.C. Mayor, slipping away to Martha's Vineyard under the cover of a family commitment? I find it curious, to say the least, don't you? You see, my friend, the timing is suspect. Who's really waiting for her on that island? Martha's Vineyard isn't just a wealthy vacation spot. Oh, no. It's an enclave for the political elite, a haven for Obamas and Clintons and their orbit of power brokers. When Bowser resurfaces in Washington, watch closely. Watch what her new policies are: crackdowns or emergency responses, family gathering or a strategy session. Either way, it looks like marching orders are being handed down. Do you see that? See what's happening? And by the way, I will leave you with this. I am going to be watching today at about 3 p.m. our time, Eastern time, when the president and Mr. Putin meet in Alaska. I've made myself very, very clear what the president has to do. The president has to say, President Trump, that this is none of our business. You are doing exactly what we would do. And in 1962, we almost went to world war by virtue of the position of where we believe were missiles in the left. Also, I cannot thank the president enough for exacting and implementing what amounts to, one might say, not martial law. It's not martial law, but federalizing. It's supplementing, dare I say, the D.C. police. And it's wonderful. And it's about time. And I hope it catches on. So somebody suggested before, am I woke? Am I anti-Trump? Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Now, am I concerned about it? Yeah, sort of. Is it technically excessive? Yeah, well, maybe sort of a little bit. But is it warranted? You betcha. Let me also tell you something, just so that you understand something. Every now and then we can complain about the president. But we have no other choice. There's nobody else. There's nobody else that is even remotely available. He is the best. I, as Laura Loomer indicated, am worried about his successors and what's going to happen next. That is what I'm concerned about. That's it. But in the meantime, tonight has been Sandwichgate. I will not forget this eve. I will not forget your thoughts and comments and the depth and the level of the intricacy of your thoughts. It was fantastic, and I thank you for that. Let me remind you also, if you'd like to reach me, go to Lionel.news. Lionel, Lionel, .news. And that's where you can find me, check me out, contact me, get the newsletter, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Blaze, thank you. Mr. Atwood, thank you for your help, your expertise, and your focus. And thank you, dear friends, for listening. I mean that immensely and truly. We will return next time if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise. Remember these final words, my friend, this valedictory. The monkey's dead. The show's over. Sue ya. Dat.